The ODAC Indoor Track and Field Championships here at the perennial site, the Kreger Center in Salem, Virginia. Roanoke College host once again, and a full slate across 2 days here in the championship city. Listen, there's so many ODAC events going on this weekend. Don't get it twisted. Not only the track and field championships, but just 5 minutes down the road, the basketball seasons really conclude, at least at the conference level, but we know the ODAC has a lot of good competition, hoping to play deep into March. But so glad you're joining us. My name is Evan Gates, and we will be taking you through all the action here in Salem as field events get started around noon today. Running events slated for 3:30, so still a little bit of time until we kick everything off, but we do want to start highlighting some of the events that are getting underway, and it feels like a great slate to do so. Here's a look at the high jump right here at the Kreger Center. All the field events in the inner circle. A 200-meter flat track will be the site for the ODAC championships as per usual. We know that last year, or the last 3 years, Lynchburg has taken the team titles in the indoor season, and really a golden opportunity, especially on the women's side, for there to be a change this year. Washington and Lee might be the main candidates to throw a wrinkle in the picture, and we understand that they have the firepower to do so after finishing 8th at the cross-country championships in Terre Haute, Indiana. So a lot in store. We will try and monitor these field events throughout the afternoon until we get things started on the track side. Today is a very interesting slate on that track side. We understand that prelims will be run, the 60s and the 60 hurdles, but 2 heavy distance events, and they could be swing events when we talk about some of those team titles. We've seen it in the past. The 5K will be the jump starter for this meet at 3:30, women followed by men, and then the distance medley relay, which will feature the Lynchburg Hornets, who, by the way, won the national title in the distance medley relay last season. We will see a lot of different characters throughout the afternoon, throughout both days of action, and we know it's been a great slate for the ODAC this year. So much competition and so many different athletes getting a spotlight, and the freshmen as well. They've been on display all across the board, especially here at the host site, Roanoke. They've had some good recruiting classes in recent years, and we understand everything's coming to fruition. We have a lot to feast our eyes on throughout this afternoon. So we're going to step away, but we will keep the cameras on the field events for the beginning of this meet. We just mentioned there are several field events that will be happening throughout the afternoon. They're split in half across the 2 days. So Saturday and Sunday will feature an equal amount of field events, as running events will start a little bit earlier tomorrow on the championship Sunday, and always rings a little bit different when you have so much at store. But the women's weight throw, the women's high jump, and the men's long jump all on the slate right now. We will try to keep our eyes feasted across the board. We're so glad you're joining us here on the Lynchburg, or here on the ODAC Sports Network. Test, test, test. If you're just joining us here at the Kreger Center, welcome to the ODAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. We are watching 3 separate field events right now. You have your eyes on the throws pit here in the Kreger Center. Everything happens inside the oval around this 200-meter flat track. But it's the perennial site for the ODAC Championships, and as we've already alluded to, a lot to feast your eyes on throughout the day. We just wanted to add an additional reminder that running events will start at 3:30 this afternoon. So still a lot of time and a lot of things to look forward to, as the women's 5K will be the opening event on the docket. But you see right now the throws pit with some events going there. The women's weight throw is in action, and we will transition to show you the women's high jump on the other side of the Kreger Center. And then we will also have some men's long jump action. We'll try and rotate around as best as possible in these opening few hours. Almost feels like an NFL red zone setup. You want to get as much as you can, and we know here at a track meet so many different things happening simultaneously. But half the field events today, half the field events tomorrow, and we are super excited to get action underway here at Roanoke College. It has been a long indoor season, almost every team racing every weekend, at least some of their athletes, and it's a golden opportunity now when we look at the climax, getting everybody inside the same facility to compete one time before going separate directions. We know a lot of athletes in this meet have NCAA aspirations. They're trying to go and maybe clinch some national titles. So we will let you continue watching the field events throughout this afternoon, and we're so glad you're joining us right here on the ODAC Sports Network.
guys. Oh, should we all? Oh no. They seen that? Oh, okay. My nostril was all up in the air. Okay, thank you. That was typing.
Right now, you're taking a look at the women's weight through 3 rounds. This one is separated by 1/100th of a meter. Abby McLaughlin right now for Roanoke with a 12:16 mark is ousting Elizabeth Ramos of Bridgewater, who has set 12:15, and it is going to be neck and neck right now for the lead. That's through 3 rounds. And we also have the women's high jump and the men's long jump going on. We will try and keep you updated as best as possible. As we continue seeing some of the throws throughout this contest, let's go ahead and take a look at that men's long jump pit. Right now, Ian Brown of Bridgewater, the leader, with a 6.4 meter mark. That was his first jump of the afternoon. He's representing Bridgewater, so the Eagles having some success with their long jumpers. Guillermo Martino of Lynchburg and Will Vaughn of Washington and Lee right now, second and third. But we know that there is still some time in the opening field events of the day. Don't forget that women's high jump. It will be such a fun contest to see who can get on the board and who can take the lead. Right now, it belongs to Summer Wallace, another Bridgewater Eagle. The Generals from Washington and Lee also having some success, as Camille Gillum just took the lead in the event with her last mark. Able to clear 1.58, the first athlete to do so in that women's high jump out of the 6 that have competed already. Still in this contest for the women's high jump are Camille Gillum, of course, of W&L, Summer Wallace of Bridgewater, Margot Fox of Lynchburg, Nora Ciano of Virginia Wesleyan, Katya Hoover of Shenandoah, and Rebecca Carr for the hometown Roanoke Maroons. As we continue to keep our eyes feasted. So fun in a field event setting like this, because you know at any point during this event that lead can change. Obviously in the high jump, you just have to continue clearing the mark, as Margot Fox for Lynchburg is able to make the mark and move on. We mentioned that Gillum for W&L was able to knock it out in her first attempt. So Margot Fox on her second gets it done. A lot of athletes will be flirting with some of those national marks today. And it's so awesome to see that this ODAC atmosphere and environment just continue to deliver year after year. So many jumpers have made their mark. Also go ahead and take a look at the women's weight throw. As we already mentioned, right now, Abby McLaughlin in the lead for Roanoke. Elizabeth Ramos and Katya Hoover also in the equation. You're seeing some of these athletes as well. They'll jump, they'll throw, they'll run, whatever they need to do to get points on the board. And that's a characteristic of the ODAC championships that you don't always see throughout the regular season. Yes, you want to get ready, and you have those athletes that compete in multis, where essentially every skill is tested. But it does feel like you got to go out for your team and deliver. It has been a great setting so far. Still a lot of people in here for the first day before running events have even started, and it really creates an inviting atmosphere. The Roanoke Maroons have been out since early this morning, obviously home track. They were here for practice yesterday, and it's really been a nice week. It doesn't feel like the indoor track and field championships are coming at the perfect time if you're trying to escape the cold, because it has been 60s throughout Central Virginia and Southwestern where we are for today's contest. But exciting all around, and as we said, we will continue to file through some of these field results as the afternoon continues. But a great day from the ODAC Indoor Track and Field Championships right here on the ODAC Sports Network. Stay tuned throughout the afternoon here at the Kreger Center.
Okay, Evan, hard at work. What happened? Okay, all right. Yeah, you're right, Champ is here. Pretty good. I mean, we were the first team. It was like around like late 10 or almost 11 or something. We were pretty early. We left at 8:30. And so we came so early that the bathrooms smelled immaculate. Yeah, they were good. And then 5 minutes later it was gone. But yeah, not the bad. How long you been here? Okay. Oh, dang. That's a lot to say. It's just you or? Yeah. Okay. Nice. All right. That's. Bro, I bet you it's my dad. What's mama? See ya.
A nice encore at the ODAC Championships, right? You see a little bit of everything. We have our Blue Ridge timing crew in the house, and they are trying to make sure everything is ready for the running events. But we do still have a while until we set the table around the oval. So let's go back to some of our field events with the women's weight throw that has been underway on the far side of the track, and we have already started to see some results throughout this contest. Right now, Bailey Hedgeman of Washington and Lee is really dominating, a 16.16 meter mark that has her in the lead by over a meter. Daryl Tucker for Virginia Wesleyan and Kinsey Swicegood of Lynchburg right now would round out the podium. But we've seen a lot of movement, and as always, you can find those results online at Blue Ridge Timing. That will give you the full set of details throughout this meet as we have action set this afternoon. Here's a jump from Lynchburg's Micah Leach. The backwards hat, really a trademark at this stage of the season. Somebody who certainly is looking to try and win those men's long jump battles that are going on right now. And we're going to take a look at the scores. Max Madsen right now in the lead, representing Ferrum, 6.63 mark. Again, you see a lot of empty spots on your score sheet, so you understand there is still a lot to be decided throughout the afternoon. If you're just joining in, my name's Evan Gates, broadcasting for the ODAC Sports Network, and a full 2 days of action here in the Kreger Center at Roanoke College. This is a site that pretty much is the staple for the indoor season. One of the better facilities, not just in Virginia, but you look at Division III across the board, and if you have an indoor facility, you are certainly in the right spot. A lot of the schools out west will have those indoor facilities. We know more are being constructed. Bridgewater College actually hosted a meet last weekend, and what you could say was a last chance to get some ODAC marks solidified, and that was out at the Rockingham Open. Another facility that has debuted just as of February. So awesome to see new sites for most of these ODAC schools throughout the season. It's either Roanoke College or Liberty when you're looking at local competition, and then also going abroad. Some meets up in Boston and Wittenberg. Washington and Lee has certainly had a very hefty travel schedule throughout. And it's always fun to see which teams are going where, because you know a lot of these athletes are looking to really make their mark on the national picture, and that is why the ODAC championships are so great. It's the start of the postseason. You really get that coursing through your blood, all the energy, and you see it right now on your screen as Micah Leach has everybody up on their feet trying to make some noise in the Kreger Center for his next jump. We will see if it's a good one. Looks like it was just barely a foul. 3 different field events going on right now, as we've already mentioned. The men's long jump, the women's high jump, and the women's weight throw. Hedgeman right now in the lead for the women's weight throw, as we previously alluded to, and then the men's long jump still belongs right now to Max Madsen of Ferrum. And the women's high jump, Camille Gillum of Washington and Lee was the one who went the furthest and able to solidify that first place result. Camille Gillum of Washington and Lee. Some positive results across the board, though. Nora Ciano of Virginia Wesleyan, Margot Fox of Lynchburg round out that top 3, and then Summer Wallace of Bridgewater was in the mix throughout as well. It was really 6 jumpers that were able to get over the 143 mark, and that, when the bar was raised, essentially was the difference maker between the remainder of the field. The first track event slated for 3:30 later this afternoon will be the women's 5,000. We've also talked about how it's not just track and field weekend for the ODAC, but the basketball championships underway just about 5 or 10 minutes down the road. Depends what car you're driving, I guess. But the basketball championships feature the men's semifinals today, and a fun slate where Randolph-Macon certainly looks to be the favorites in that category. And then the women's championship later tonight at 8 o'clock. Randolph-Macon also the favorite as they'll take on Washington and Lee. And then all that action is at the Salem Civic Center. We are here on the campus of Roanoke College getting things underway, and it's just been awesome so far to see not only the environment, but everybody in the building, getting everybody back for one of the awesome events throughout the season where you can get everybody under one roof. As we transition back to the women's weight throw, actually take a look right now at one of the Ferrum Panthers on the men's side. Another mark that looks to go through. So we will continue pivoting throughout the afternoon. Every 30 minutes or so, we will update you with the scores, but Blue Ridge Timing has you covered through and through. Throughout the entire contest, you can go online and see field event and track event results, as well as some of the heats for upcoming events, because we know we have a full slate. The 5K, DMR, 60, and 60 hurdle prelims all today. The 5K and the DMR, of course, going straight to finals, some of those longer events on the distance side. And then tomorrow, the remainder of this slate. So we will have only a portion of the picture by the time that we have finished everything today. We will continue trying to update it. We know that last year was a dominant performance from the Lynchburg Hornets, especially on the women's side, winning by a margin of over 100 points. The men's team won by about 40. it might be a turning of the tides this year because Washington and Lee has certainly regenerated a lot of talent. We know Bridgewater and Roanoke are also going to be playing spoiler, trying to steal some of those points. And then we have a lot of individuals as well throughout the conference who pose a lot of skill and a lot of talent, and they have put it on display throughout the regular season. So we're going to try and keep you updated. But as we said, still a few hours away from the track events. We will have all the field events right here on your screen on the ODAC Sports Network. But so glad you're joining us, and it's a great weekend to be at a track meet. We're having fun in Salem.
Hey, there's Chick-fil-A. If you want, I don't know how to explain. Do you know where the bathrooms are?
Yes.
Okay. You know where the media? Do you know where the media room is, right?
I actually have to.
Okay.
So somebody else.
Okay. Okay. Just letting you know what is there. Okay. Yes.
Where's your elevator?
I know, right? We gotta get one.
You gotta work out going up and down that thing all the time.
Yesterday was the hard part, like bringing the monitors and stuff up there and getting everything like groups and everything up there.
You have his number now too. I think I just said that.
It's been fun. It's different.
You're up there too. That's
Yeah,
pretty
I
good.
know. It feels like, you know, once you're like, you can see like that whole far corner, which is nice. Yeah. Yeah. How are you feeling about today? Yeah. Right. That's sweet. Yes, sir. Time for another update here at the Kreger Center as we continue trending towards the running events at 3:30. But the first events, at least unofficially, are recorded as we have continued to see some dominant marks throughout this afternoon. We're going to take a look at the women's high jump results. This is unofficial, as we said, but online at Blue Ridge Timing, Camille Gillum of Washington and Lee. Gillum with a 164-meter mark that she was able to get over. Nora Ciano and Margot Fox round out the podium, and we've talked about that battle on the women's side between Washington and Lee and Lynchburg. Every point's going to matter, and it's important to pay attention now in some of those field events that often get overlooked. We know there's so much going on throughout the day and throughout all the different events as we have continued to look at the men's long jump. The top 9 advanced to finals. And already Michael Leach for Lynchburg right now in the lead with a 686 jump. And it has been fantastic stuff seeing what he has been able to do, not just today, but all season long. Someone for Lynchburg who really has not only jumped well, but also accelerated that ability to also go into hurdle events. He has been doing some of that as well. And we are just continuing to keep our eyes not just on results today, but also some of those ODAC records that we might see go down. It would be interesting throughout the day to see if we have any of those marks, especially in the running events where we've already seen a few ODAC marks go down from recent seasons. But you're seeing right now the men's long jump. Let's go ahead and introduce those finalists. The top 9 are Michael Leach of Lynchburg, Quincy Dunn of Virginia Wesleyan, Max Madsen of Ferrum, David Laseo of Lynchburg, Jordan Hall of Virginia Wesleyan, Ty Maurer of Lynchburg, Lochner Lamb of Bridgewater, DeQuan Smith of Virginia Wesleyan, and Ian Brown of Bridgewater. The top 9 that are still leaping and still looking for an ODAC title. We'll also take a look at the women's weight throw that continues on inside the pit. You see the protective nets around the side. I've heard rumors that tomorrow they will be coming down because all the throwing events are going to happen today. So you'll start to see a little bit more around the track. As you see on the other side, one of the Lynchburg jumpers hitting the sand. The men's high jump is also getting very close to beginning, so we'll have once again a 3-event slate throughout this afternoon. We've tried to keep you updated, so technically with one event in the books being the women's high jump, W&L sneaks in front, but still so much to be decided. This women's weight throw right now staying live. We will generate some of those results. But Bailey Hedgeman of W&L still in front, with Brianna Morgan of Bridgewater and Kenzie Swicegood of Lynchburg sitting 2nd and 3rd. With a smaller facility like the Kreger Center, it can get loud in a hurry. In tight quarters, you'll start to see for some of the running events, everybody lining up around the perimeter of the track. It almost gives you a Boston feel. If you've seen the facility up at BU, you know almost everybody is crowding on top of you, and it creates a really electric atmosphere when you have some of these big-time events with some big-time performers as well. Right now, though, Camille Gillum is that big-time performer, the winner of the women's high jump, as the men are set to get things underway on day 1 of the ODAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. So stay tuned throughout the afternoon. We'll continue updating you as we trend towards the beginning of running events. Just under 2 hours now, currently 1:30 Eastern Time, and we're having a lot of fun in Salem. Stay tuned.
How do you like the setup? This is unique for you. Yeah. Which one? Michael Hammer or Tristan Wright? James? No, I'm gonna embarrass you. Who? I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm not really sure. Oh, it's David. David? Look, I don't know the last part. I think so. Yeah. Have fun today.
You said we were supposed to go off the book for a while.
this is for the memories, bro. This is for when you get big and when I get big, we can say we went to the same. Dude, we're doing so good. Kenzie just got second. Yeah. Dude. I'm about to text Mike. He needs to give me a raise for the elite content that I'm getting. Tomorrow the fit's gonna fit even better. Or I might be wearing the same shirt. I don't know. I gotta try to get a track and field shirt. I'm probably gonna run to the store. Yeah. I'll probably ask them if Isaiah. See if they have like an extra. I like a bar. Yeah. I still got 11. Because I've been filming all. Did you just get it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I always forget you know David. You went to school with David. Are you announcing? Oh my God. We both doing some good stuff. I'm gonna find a way to incorporate you in the video announcing. Maybe I'll try to get a good angle. I'll talk to you soon. Did he get this heavy? Oh, I'm gonna go over there and get his reaction.
You can do 22. This is tough, bro. Shot come up. Which side shot come up? Right here.
he's happy though. I mean, that's happy overall. So yeah, it's his first year. Yeah, yeah. We have like things to come. So yeah. So he's done for today, but he has two. Yeah, he has his running tomorrow. And we were checking out the we're going to t-shirts, and then we're gonna watch summer show. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to get over here.
Well, we have chairs and stuff over. We're still in the same
Well,
corner.
yes, I know that Ian said he could work on it. So.
Oh, good. Yeah, and we brought two bleacher chairs and two so we're coming more and more prepared. Okay, we'll see you down there. Not crazy.
Still in the Kreger Center as we go through our field event lineup. 2 events have gone final. We already discussed the women's high jump earlier in the contest. WNL getting the victory, and that one courtesy of Camille Gillum, a 164-meter mark. Nora Ciano and Margot Fox round out the podium in that one. And then the women's weight throw has also gone final with WNL at the top of the podium. Bailey Hedgeman with a 16:28 mark. And then Kenzie Swicegood of Lynchburg able to get 8 points for second. That was something that was not on the docket originally, so she moves up. The Hornets doing well early here in the women's field events, as Margot Fox also got on the board, as we just alluded to. Brianna Morgan of Bridgewater gets third in that women's weight throw. So it is a switching of the genders when we look at some of those events, as we had the women competing in the weight throw and high jump. That will reverse to the men's side, and then of course the women will take over the long jump pit as we wait for those results. The men's long jump results are unofficial, but Micah Leach looks to have it solidified for Lynchburg with a 7-meter mark. That's 7 on the nose. Quincy Dunn of Virginia Wesleyan and Ian Brown of Bridgewater were able to capture podium spots as well. So still going through these field events, about an hour and change away from getting things started inside the Kreger Center from the track perspective, as we have the women's 5K that will be first on the docket, and a promising one, especially considering the 2 distance giants in the conference. Lynchburg and Washington and Lee each have an individual at the front. We will try and set the table a little bit more as we get closer to that event, but we're glad you're joining us, and throughout this entire broadcast, we'll try to highlight as many events as possible, as we have seen some very tight finishes so far. The Generals have a pair on the board as they get the opening points of the ODAC Indoor Championships. And then a reminder, of course, that the ODAC basketball tournament is going on right down the street at the Salem Civic Center. The men's squads in their semifinals round, and then the women's championship tonight with Randolph-Macon going up against Washington and Lee. So we will be back momentarily, but we'll keep our cameras on the field events right here in Salem.
Which one? The first one is the one that people walk.
You sure you don't want some of my sub when it comes up? And like the biggest thing is once there's and you'll hear it, you know, on like the clapping like playing.
Because there's no running without happening.
I want to come check out the setup, bro.
Yeah.
So you gotta view like the whole track.
Yeah, we can pretty much see everything. Very sick. But yeah, tomorrow will be nice. Long jump, it might be. Women might be starting. Great, I'm gonna go see that track one.
Yeah, I'm excited.
you a quick question? Can I ask you a quick question? Is this streaming on like what, ODAC online? YouTube, Lynchburg Sports Network? Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I think it's okay. Will you check it? Okay. Yeah, I thought it moved.
I know, so aggressive. I was always like this.
Benefit for us.
Set our chairs up there.
So I just went with like a peanut butter. All right, just give me specific directions. Yeah. Then bring her. Like right, like you're gonna stand up here. Okay, I got you. All right, I'm gonna fill my water up. Yeah, it's like right here.
Starting to get excited, folks. Just about 30 minutes away from running events here at the first day of the ODAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. We're back with another slate of field events after the initial one. You've seen men's high jump going on as we speak. The Maroons putting on the display at home, and then also the women's long jump and the men's weight throw. So alternatives of what we saw on the opening docket where the other genders were competing, but we'll go ahead and look at our men's long jump results that are official. Michael Leach of Lynchburg gets it done for first, a 7-meter leap, and then Quincy Dunn and Ian Brown round out that top three. You see the top 8 in every event will score, and so though we're just through a couple of events, we're starting to see some of those scores materialize on our screen. Blue Ridge Timing will have all of those official results throughout the day, and obviously it will be a little bit easier to gauge as we get through some of these running events. But nonetheless, it's been a fun display so far, and as we watch some of these high jumpers, you understand the first few jumps are going to be a little bit easier to get over the mark, and it's understandably so, having more athletes competing, and then as it narrows down, it gets a little bit tougher. We've seen some of the conference's best on display as Elijah Rose able to clear the mark and looked comfortable doing so. WNL through 2 scored events have a narrow lead over Bridgewater and Lynchburg, and then the Hornets on the men's side right now in front. But as we said, a lot of scores to be updated. Last year, the women were very close for the Lynchburg Hornets at eclipsing that 200-point mark. It was a very impressive showing, and as we've alluded to, doubt we're going to see that this year between two sides that are very tight, and both competitions certainly have a lot of athletes that can compete at the national level. So our first event for the running side will be the women's 5,000, just about 25 minutes away now, and it'll be Allison Dell of Lynchburg and Olivia War of Washington and Lee, the 2 favorites going neck and neck. We saw that battle materialize in the cross-country season where Olivia War came away with the victory, and the Generals went on to an 8th place finish at the NCAA Championships in Terre Haute. So a lot at stake. Those points between the Generals and Hornets are going to be important, and we know that the women's 5,000 always produces some antics. Lots of game planning for the 2 coaches and every coach involved in that battle. You got to know when to go and why to go. but so much that we're looking forward to. We will be back in a little bit. We'll keep our eyes feasted on some of the field events. As we said, Blue Ridge Timing has those live results, and right now we're seeing the men's high jump start to get a little bit closer to the climax as Elijah Rose with that jump was able to put himself in the lead. He has some company as well, still several in the mix. So enjoy the show, and we are inching closer and closer to the first gunfire here in Salem.
so. There's one like 30 something teams.
Welcome to the club.
Also, if you'd like, I can give you this just for like 10, 15 minutes. Just so, because I mean, like 3 hours. I doubt you understand. Oh, I know, I have to. But yeah, anything you need, just let us know. We'll go ahead and start prepping for running runs. Good luck, Chase.
Should we try to find a seat for the back, huh?
Okay. I'm just trying to cool it off in here a little bit.
Day one of the ODAC Indoor Track and Field Championships moves to the women's 5,000, the opening event of the day on the running side, set to toe the waterfall line. And welcome in to the Kreger Center. Evan Gates taking you through all the action, and glad that you could be with us on what has been a really spectacular Saturday so far. Just a few field events in the books thus far, but obviously this is where the main slate will begin, with the women followed by the men. Two sections for both the women and men on the 5,000 side, and this first section going to be a good one, featuring 6 athletes. This is a 200-meter flat track, and it's the perennial site for the ODAC Championships. Every year, this is where all the action goes down, and we're glad to be able to broadcast it to you this year here on the ODAC Sports Network. The ODAC record for the 5K set in 2001 by Casey Smith, a 17:06 mark. And then the meet record, 17:35. That 17:06, of course, was put in contention and actually beaten by Allison Dell just a little while ago of Lynchburg. So really 2 athletes that have been in the mix in that 17:06 mark. You wonder if 17 will ever get broken, and you feel like with the current talent, there's a lot of potential for it to be there. So looks like 5 athletes are in attendance, just about up and ready here at the Kreger Center. Host site Roanoke College. They do a fantastic job every single year making sure that this event is successful. And Shenandoah and Roanoke will be the sole competitors in this opening section. Cora Hellman of Shenandoah is going to be the high seed, a 20:52 seed time coming into this one. That was a personal best from the Rockingham Collegiate Open last time out, where she finished 5th, and so you understand she's certainly in a good rhythm. We will see what they can accomplish throughout this race. 25 laps around the indoor oval, and you understand it is a very long race. It feels even longer when you're running an indoor. A lot of freshmen won't necessarily wrestle with the 5K just due to its length and due to the number of turns. You see so many athletes throughout the season that might be battling with tendonitis or battling some of those lower leg issues because there are so many turns during this race. But so far, the Maroons in a pack up front. Rest of the field is Sarah Kachansky of Roanoke, a 20:53 personal best, 2 seconds off her PR at Joe LaRocco just earlier this season. And then she had 4 consecutive PRs beginning January 24th as a junior. So really putting on good stuff for the Maroons. Sarah Lane of Shenandoah is wearing hip number 3, 21:42 personal best. She ran an 11:54 3K personal best last time out at Widener in mid-February. Most athletes in this meet took off last weekend. There were a few that maybe wanted to ODAC qualify for a specific event, but most of them trying to rest up and get ready for the postseason, because for many, it'll extend beyond now. As athletes roll through, a reminder, Blue Ridge Timing will have all your numbers. We will keep the splits updated to you as well here in this women's 5,000. Rest of the field is Elena DeFelice of Roanoke, Lauren Murray of Roanoke, and Madeline Ryan of Roanoke. So 4 Maroons, 2 Shenandoah Hornets slated to be in this one. You see them rolling around. Once again, it feels like this race gets so rhythmic, and you understand it's all about consistency. As Cora Hellman right now in the lead, the freshman from Shenandoah, 2:28 through 600. For a section like this where it does not involve that top 8 in the event, you might see more athletes going for a personal best, more athletes trying to scrape off some special numbers, whereas we might see in the second quick section that will determine all the scoring, that it will definitely be tightly contested, but you also understand it's a little more tactical. It might not go out at a blazing speed. And so far, really the entire field packing together as Cora Hellman and her teammate Sarah Lane lead this one out, 320 through 800. Once again, glad you're joining us for the ODAC Track and Field Championships. It's been such a fun time being able to get back to it. Obviously, it's a long indoor season, a short outdoor season that really feels like a sprint. Right now, 2050 pace set for the leaders, and that's right around where those PRs are at. So through 800, nothing out of the ordinary. And it's really a question of who can latch on the longest. Roanoke and Shenandoah, two programs that have really bolstered their distance side. They've added numbers, they've added recruits, and they're doing well throughout the entirety of the season. Just being able to stay healthy, that's the biggest issue. So you see here at the Kreger Center, tight quarters around the perimeter of the track. Spectators really stay put on that far side. Continuing to keep this race tight. This will be followed, of course, by the men's 5K and then the women's and men's 60-meter hurdles. Prelims today and just the 60-meter events. So the 60-meter hurdles and the 60-meter dash. Everything else is straight to finals, and most of which will happen tomorrow. As Hellman still leads the charge, a quadruplet up front, and everybody content to just stay in the mix. We'll see how long this race materializes. You expect that it will stay relatively close for a large portion. Lauren Murray right now currently in second for Roanoke. Murray comes into this one seated at 22.16. And so a big disparity between the leader and the 6th place athlete. We're gonna wait and see how long this one stays tight. Murray swinging out in a 2, swinging into the lead. As the packs emerge at different stages of the race, obviously important to note that having a smaller section, it's a lot more about the clock. You want to see how these athletes really keep their eye on the prize at the difficult portions of this race. Second section will have 16 athletes. We will try and set the table as this one gets closer to the conclusion. This will be the mile split. And Lauren Murray, a really good spot. Coach Derek Workman saying, relax, let's try and keep this one tight, as 6:40 is that mile split. So 4 athletes up front. The ODAC Championships can be a little bit different. You might see some of those crazy, wonky results, and it can be both in a positive or a negative setting. Athletes really react differently to the postseason, and it's different when you're running for scoring. You haven't seen it the entire season. And during an indoor slate where you've definitely seen a lot of that local competition, you feel like you're pretty familiar with things. We're gonna have to see how this Roanoke squad fares, as they have really kept it close. Lauren Murray still a few steps ahead of Cora Hellman for the lead. That ODAC Championships record, 17:35, set by English Jackson or Bridgewater. Question is, does it go down in this next section? Athletes certainly capable of doing it, but you understand it's going to be a slower pace to get things started. And it will definitely pose a lot of question marks. Our schedule for today, as we've already touched on, will feature the 5K, 60-meter hurdles, 60-meter dash, and concluding with the distance medley relay. A fitting way to end day one. Lots of energy, lots of athletes that are certainly capable of running quick. Going to be a fun environment, and it feels like when at several other meets throughout the year, everybody might not be in the house for that final event. I'll tell you what, it's going to be different at the ODAC Championships, where it really starts to matter during the outdoor season. The Lynchburg women had a very dominant performance to clinch the victory, but the men's side ended up being very tight, coming down to that 4x4, where the Hornets were able to win that head-to-head versus Washington and Lee, and clinched their third straight title. Both teams looking for a four-peat. And here's the move on the outside from Cora Hellman. Hellman, a freshman that ran 25:34 at the ODAC Cross Country Championships. Large number of freshmen that we're going to see. Still confident in the front. You know, when somebody makes a move at this stage of the race, you got to stay conservative and go at the right time. It feels like it will definitely be Hellman's race to lose. Just about halfway through this race, 10:04 on the clock for Cora Hellman. And sticking on pace, maybe a little bit behind for that PR. The favorite in the women's 5K will be Allison Dell of Lynchburg. She is set to compete in that next event. One of the first head-to-heads that we see between Lynchburg and Washington and Lee. And Allison Dell last year competing at the national level for the 5K. Separation up front. Shenandoah still in a great spot. Shenandoah's program led by head coach Andy Morocco. He's done a phenomenal job with the Hornets, and especially at the Division III level, you see a lot of familiarity within programs. Coaches want to have those longer tenures. Coach Morocco has done a fantastic job, and we've also seen some new coaches emerge here in the ODAC. We'll have to highlight them throughout the meet. Hellman still in a good spot. Joined by her teammate up front, Sarah Lane. Sarah Lane, 10th at the VMI Winter Classic and the lone 5K for this season. Shenandoah still in a great spot. For Hellman, one of the freshmen who has really dominated, at least in this race. We know that there's a lot of upside, but it also starts with learning what events you want to run. And so the trust from Coach Morocco to put a freshman in the 5K during the indoor season, as we've said, it's not always that go-to. And the same can be said for the 10K during the outdoor season. It is a different animal, and it feels like it definitely takes an endurance mindset, but also the right candidate to do so. And Hellman has continuing to build trust throughout this race. A 2-second advantage over her teammate. We'll see if it grows, as they will be on the 2-mile mark after this lap. Through 3K, right around 12:39. So the pace looking like it will be closer to 21. Just a few steps behind, but still a big disparity as we get set for the top section in the women's 5K. Beautiful day here in Salem, Virginia. It feels like every single time the indoor championships arrive, one of two things happens. It's either terrible weather or it's fantastic weather, and it's making you envy being inside or really wish you could be somewhere else. But we have enjoyed the temperatures right around 60 degrees right now here in southwestern Virginia. Snow in the forecast for what really felt like 3 straight weeks, and then an array afterwards. Lots of sunshine in the air. So Shenandoah still locked in place up front. They have about a 100-meter lead over the Roanoke Maroons right now. Top 8 will score. And seeing that there are 16 athletes in that fast section, you have to imagine it would be really difficult for first place to shake up those standings from this first heat. But we will have to wait and see. Cora Hellman right now would be that candidate as she continues surging forward. For that second section, there are 4 Washington and Lee Generals in the top 8, and then 3 athletes seated under 18 minutes. You wonder if that will apply at all, or if the pace is immediately going to be a slow one. Could turn into a crawl if no one wants to move up front. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Kreger Center. Kirk Kreger Fieldhouse, the site for the ODAC Championships. We've been looking at it all season long, and several programs have raced at Roanoke this season. It feels like one of those sites that's just close enough for everybody. And fun contest so far. Starting to get closer and closer as Hellman and Lane getting very close to kicking and heading down the home stretch. After this lap, they'll be a K away. Lots of great action going on in the ODAC, and it's not just track and field today. You can go and watch the ODAC basketball tournament, and it sounds like there was an upset on the men's side. Guilford taking down Randolph-Macon to clinch their spot in the championship game. They'll face the winner of Lynchburg and Roanoke. That game will be played tomorrow. That battle of 460 will certainly be a feisty one. And then on the women's side, that game happening tonight. Randolph-Macon will take on Washington and Lee. As Hellman still in a great spot. This is what happens during the 5K and indoors. You're going to have to make moves, especially when you're coming up upon the back portion of the field, and it's all about doing it at the right times. Definitely don't want to add any extra steps or mileage, and you know a lot of the time you want to try and make those moves on the straightaway where things are a little bit easier. It will play a big role in this next section. So we've kept our eyes on that back curve. What's interesting about indoor as well, and you ask any distance runner this, particularly of the 5K liking, they will all say every track feels a little bit different, and there are definitely different dimensions. The curves on different tracks might feel a little bit different. This one's certainly a little more narrow, but the curves do extend out. Almost feels more circular. Whereas if you might see a banked track or you go to Liberty to watch it, can look a little bit different. This year's NCAA championships will be on a flat track, so everybody getting a sneak peek at it. And times also are impacted in that way. So Cora Hellman has taken this one by the hand. Just a few laps to go. And in a good spot, 18:42 through 4,400. 3 laps to go. Sarah Lane still within striking distance. And you can start to see some of the hesitation early for coaches. Want to make sure that all your athletes are waiting to make their move at the right time. Shenandoah has taken off in this first section, the first running event of the day. A reminder that all the field event results can be found online at Blue Ridge Timing. We've done our best to keep an eye on it the first few hours here at Roanoke today. Featured some really fun contests, and definitely Washington and Lee, who was able to get it going early. Hellman has 2 to go in a comfortable spot. Personal best last time out. It would be nice to get a heat victory to wrap up this indoor season. 5K is also one of those events where you're probably not running a lot of other stuff. See some of the athletes in this meet that will mess around and might compete in 4 or 5 events, and it's not just of the sprint variety. It's not just those field events. As Hellman hears the bell ring, 1 more lap, 2 more curves to solidify a very strong showing. And right now, 20:30 on the clock for Hellman. She has a chance to get within striking distance of that personal best, really starting to extend here on the final lap. And Cora Hellman has really dominated this race ever since she took first place. No questions asked now as the Hornets look to be 1-2 in this first section of the day. Hellman will be over that personal best, but will still stay tight. Sarah Lane, her teammate, is going to have a glowing showing as Hellman crosses the line in 21:06. Sarah Lane, who had a 21:42 personal best coming into this one, finishes in 21:10. That is a big-time run, and we talked about it earlier. The ODAC championships will do that. There might be some crazy performances. Coach Morocco congratulating the 2 Hornets. Likes the spot they're in. The air is definitely a little bit drier inside than what you'll see throughout the outdoor season. And it will be exciting to see how these finishes play out. So far, taking a look at those results, Hellman 21:06. You see all the different splits laid out. And we will head straight into the fast section. Allison Dell and Olivia Ward, the headliners of this fast heat. A swing event that could definitely go either way. Lynchburg will have 3 Hornets competing, and Allison Dell will be the one in front. Washington and Lee with 4 in the top 8. Olivia Ward, Emma Mitchell, Lydia Harvey, and Claire Hamlet look to make a difference for the Generals. They're in the blue. Lynchburg's in the gray, and that will be a big battle that materializes. And excited to get it underway. Anything can happen in a race like this. You know that there are so many different variables. Energy's always going to be high in the first 5K as well. You haven't ran anything else. You feel like you're ready to go. You're confident. It's a coaching battle, and it's definitely making sure that that mindset shows up. Lots of leg speed in this race. Some athletes that have definitely flirted with national marks and that have competed at national championships. Allison Dell, a 17:06 personal best, will lead this one out. She ran 17:10 in Boston, and her performance, her last time out. 13th at the 2024 D3 Nationals as well from last season. That's where that 17:06 personal best came in a big spot. But Olivia War has been sensational. The ODAC cross-country champ with a 21:35 performance. Looks to throw a wrinkle, and she has been sensational. An All-American with a 9th place performance at the cross-country championships. Just 2 races during indoor for War as well. Both were personal best. That's consistency. That's what you want to see out of your top athletes. You don't necessarily want to wear them down ahead of the postseason. It's a long season. Who shines the brightest? In the fast section, Lynchburg and W&L, the ones to keep your eyes on, but plenty of contenders across the board. Allison Dell and Olivia War, as we've already mentioned, are your top 2 seeds. Taylor Myers, a sensational freshman out of Bridgewater, is wearing hip number 3, a 17:53 personal best, and she has competed in 7 different races throughout this indoor campaign. So rest assured the Eagles know what she can do. A lot of confidence over there for Myers. Emma Mitchell of W&L is wearing hip number 4, an 18:26 personal best. She was the one to close the scoring for W&L in their 8th place finish at the cross-country national championships as the squad rolls through, still all intact. It will get loud in this one. You see a lot of fans, the Lynchburg faithful on the curve. Rest of the field is McKenna Thrush of Shenandoah, Lydia Harvey of W&L, Madeline Lotz of Shenandoah, Claire Hamlet of W&L, Delaney Salisbury of Lynchburg, Madison Chorney of Shenandoah, Georgie Lanham of Lynchburg, Kaylee Lamont of Shenandoah, Jenna Weaver of EMU, Sarah Christie of Shenandoah, Erin Loker of EMU, and Lauren Tooman of Shenandoah. 16 athletes rolling through this one, and right away it's Dell and War in front. Pace, nothing out of the ordinary. Looked like it was around 128 through that opening 400 for the leaders. We know what these athletes can do. For the ones up front, they've been able to flirt with that sub-17 mark. They've definitely been in a fantastic spot. So the question is, when does this race really get going? I have to wait and see, and the longer that it stays up front, it will definitely be a slower pace. You want to get your teammates involved. That's half the battle, and then it becomes a sprint in the back half. See those splits all around, and it feels like, especially for Dell and War up front, even throw Taylor Myers into the equation, it takes some of that veteran leadership to not go too early. Mentioned Allison Dell has been in national championships as well, 26th for an All-American finish in Terre Haute. That was a race that was a lot of fun. Conditions were pretty good. It snowed 2 days before in Indiana. Feels like it always happens around that time for the cross-country championships as the field still rolls around, and the seeds, as anticipated, go 1, 2, 3 up front. A lot of people will say you don't see upsets in track and field. This is the type of meet you might see it if someone blows up at the wrong time, and it makes it really exciting now to see what different coaches have in store. The athletes make moves, but normally they are extensions of that coaching and what you expect. For the 4 generals and the top 8, They have a luxury they haven't really had in the past against this Lynchburg women's team, and it's the fact that Lynchburg really has to bring the fight to them. The Hornets only competing with 6 or 7 women on the distance side, which has traditionally been that trademark. Definitely a lot of opportunities. WNL is just filled with talent across the board. They have the sprints. Jesma Evans, somebody in the 400 who is going to come in as the favorite. And then lots of talent on this distance side. And while Allison Dell is wearing hip number 1, we know what Olivia Ward did during cross country. That 17:13 PR from Penn State National Open. Still no takers up front. 4 athletes within really half a second. About 3:43 through 1K, which puts them at around 18:30 pace. It will be quicker than that, assuming that this race speeds up soon. Still comfortable on the backside. We will see what Allison Dell can continue to do. We'll go ahead and take a look at some of the splits as well. So you see up front, Dell, War, and then Myers. 1, 2, 3, as we expected. Times don't always matter in the ODAC championships, and we will certainly keep a close eye on them during the sprint events. But it does feel like during these distance throwdowns, it's top 8 or bust. And that top 8 right now is extremely close. Several coaches might be ready to make some moves as the athletes approach the mile mark. There's no way to dress this one up. It's slow up front. And it feels like it all of a sudden becomes a shorter race. You'll see it in so many events. As Dell leads the charge through a mile, 5:59. Olivia Ward right behind her. You don't always get these head-to-heads throughout the regular season. You're comparing times, you're comparing splits, and all of a sudden they're right in front of you. And it's just a read and react game. We've talked about the top 3. It's really going to be that middle crew that makes a difference in this race, especially when you look at top 8 and you look at team scoring. Someone like Emma Mitchell for WNL, an 18:26 performer. She's the one that's going to have to make moves on the backside of this pack, because while Claire Hamlet has been in a good spot for the Generals, Delaney Salisbury was also in the mix. And it's just now that Emma Mitchell made that move. She was as low as 9th in the heat, and now you see that blue jersey in 4th place. They can make a big difference. So now your top 4 seeds all in alignment. Delaney Salisbury for Lynchburg has been running extremely well. Someone else who could shake this one up. Salisbury comes into this race seated at 18:56. How long can you stay in this war of attrition? The 2 distance giants and the newcomer right behind right now solidify the podium up front. Two others we haven't touched on yet. McKenna Thrush, seated 5th, an 18:29 personal best, and she was 18th at the ODAC Cross Country Championships. Scored in 2 events last year. She has been around for Shenandoah. She's ran a lot of events, and she's done so well. She's joined by her teammate right behind, Madeline Lotz, also in this equation. 6, 7, 8. Definitely the point of disparity. Athletes will start approaching some of those in the back of the field. Not phased yet, and it looks so comfortable up front as well. This is a testament to how fit these athletes are. You'll see smiles at the start. Feels like they could run at this pace for a very, very long time. Feels like in case of emergency, break glass. We'll see who does it first. Allison Dell still has a lot of confidence up front. We mentioned how Olivia War was top 10 in cross country, so you would almost identify her as maybe the favorite in this race. But these two haven't gone head to head yet and continue to approach throughout the second mile the climax that we're expecting. Taylor Myers is handling every punch and throwing it right back. The Eagles have a stud on their hands. She ran a 5:01 mile in Boston earlier this season, and so much versatility. You can tell as well with Myers' size behind. Don't necessarily need someone that is super tall to run the 5K. It doesn't matter. See Allison Dell in front, but it does feel like that extra stride length will help. Starting to get loud here in the Kruger Center if you're just joining us. Day one of the ODAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. And they haven't disappointed yet. First running event before we head to prelims on the sprint side. Tic-tac-toe up front, Dell, War, and Myers. The battle that we're keeping our eyes on. Olivia War might be making the move. She's almost in lane 2, as you see right behind Dell. You're running extra distance to be in that spot, and it might be time. Again, coming on some of the athletes that are in the back of the heat. You want to make sure that you make those moves at the right time. Just race number 3 for Olivia War during this indoor campaign. As these athletes come up upon the 2-mile mark, both at right around 10:54 through the K. So it is definitely sped up as of recently. Closer to that 18-minute mark, and it feels like both are sticking with it. Taylor Myers might be a dark horse in this race when you see the accolades for the front two, but when you have that mile speed, it could be such a difference maker if she can just stay in this race and potentially steal one for the Eagles. Still lots of time. All three, Dell, War, and Myers, were at 11:37 through 2 miles. Mitchell and Thrush in 4th and 5th. Lydia Harvey sits in 6th. So the top 6 all chalk. Lydia Harvey, someone we haven't talked about, an 18:31 PR from VMI. She's had 2 personal bests and just 2 races run this season. The trio still intact. 7 laps to go. It's important as a coaching staff to make sure that urgency is there as well, because you hear 7 laps and it really does feel like it's turning into a marathon, but you don't have the time. These laps go by quickly in indoor. And we're gonna wait and see who strikes, as Dell still sitting comfortably right along that rail. And Olivia War still looks comfortable as well. It's a game of poker at this point. Everybody looks so confident, so composed, but we will know an answer in a few minutes. Olivia War, definitely not new to the conference by any stretch, but it feels like we haven't necessarily seen the extent of what she can do. So many of these generals have seen great improvement in recent seasons. Testament to the coaching, the dedication, and the culture. They were the dominant force in the ODAC before Lynchburg really snatched it, and W&L's looking to get back. Dell still along that inside railing. If Olivia Ward could get the 10 points up front, that's a big spot, especially with Emma Mitchell in 4th, Lydia Harvey in 6th. Delaney Salisbury right now for Lynchburg holding on to 8th, so they could capture a point, but she does have company with Claire Hamlet right behind. It is almost crunch time. Waiting until the nth hour. You see the athletes so many times during indoor come around this curve, and so it feels like you can try and overreact, try to make answers that don't make any sense. Sometimes it's just down to who can do it quickest. And Olivia Ward, confident to make her move with the W&L cheering squad on the far side. And Allison Dell now gonna have to try and hold on for second because Taylor Myers is coming right behind. Does Jake Reed have something in the cards? This is impressive from Olivia Ward. And 800 to go. .15:08 on the clock as Ward rolled around. Allison Dell is not out of the fight, but it does look like Olivia Ward is quickening with every step. That ODAC record, of course, as we set the table earlier, 17:35. It would take some extraordinary stuff down the stretch. But who else than Olivia Ward, who has just dominated and really raised some eyebrows in the conference. With every lap, it looks almost easier. Allison Dell is still in the zip code. Don't write her off yet. Some separation, as you see just more on your screen, but Dell is still in a good spot, and she is speeding up as well. Two of the conference's best. When you look at some of those conference records, the program records, they are definitely peppering that top 10 list. Ward building separation. She really has the entire straightaway on Allison Dell, who's gonna have to maneuver through a herd to get close in this race. Taylor Myers still sits 3rd, Emma Mitchell still sits 4th. For Myers, the question is, does she have enough? As a freshman in the 5K, can be a little difficult trying to know when to go. You gotta rely on some of those signals. But barring an extreme upset, Olivia Ward is heading for home with just a lap to go inside this final 300 meters. And that conference record for the ODAC championships won't go down, but it is still nonetheless a dominant display. And the Generals will claim a perfect 10 up front. Look at the speed on display. No question marks remain. We mentioned a top 10 finisher in the cross-country season. That's not easy to do. And the conference right now is going to run through Olivia Ward in the women's 5K, as there is grace and style for the finish. And Olivia Ward seals the deal for W&L. 17:41 unofficially. Allison Dell is going to roll through about 10 seconds later, and Taylor Myers was on her hip. Dell finishes 2nd with 17:52. Myers 3rd with 17:53. The Generals definitely sticking close in the equation. And so as we anticipated, this race doesn't erupt until very late. Olivia Ward is just one of those athletes that makes it look so easy, but also can do it in multiple events. Really a distance giant. full list of all the splits. As you see, Lydia Harvey claims 5th for WNL. McKenna Thrush and Kaylee Lamont 6th and 7th for Shenandoah, and Claire Hamlet is in a spot to claim 8th and keep Lynchburg to just 1 score in this women's 5K. A dominant display from the women in blue. As you see everybody congregating right by the finish line, but Olivia Ward's 17:41 is good enough for the victory. The whole general squad just really ran with confidence, but as we said earlier, it felt like WNL had their foot on the gas pedal. They understood the assignment, and the fact that if anybody wants to challenge them in some of these distance races, you really got to make sure you execute at a high level. And for Allison Dell, it's not exactly problematic to be 10 seconds behind someone like Olivia Ward, but it did feel like there was just a little more gas for the Generals. So we will get ready to transition to the men's 5K. 2 distance events and 2 sprints today. That will seal day 1 from the ODAC Championships here at the Kerr Kreger Fieldhouse. For this first men's section, there will be 8 athletes, 4 of which belong to Roanoke. So home track advantage for the Maroons. Still early in the race, but there will be a lot that we start to figure out here in the next few events. And obviously, prelims will not give you scores, but they do solidify that top 8. We will have a pretty good picture of who is going to be involved. So the men getting set. A final warm-up. The timing services of Blue Ridge Timing being utilized for this race and this meet. We will keep you updated with all the scores. Also field events going on around the infield. But back to the docket with the men's 5K. The ODAC record is 14:28, set by Lynchburg's Ricky Flynn. The meet record is 17:37, set by Frank Sorba 2 years ago. The late legend for the Hornets, and Frank is one of those guys that just feels like that has so much attention around the conference, and it's not just those accolades, but it's also the personality behind it. And last year at the ODAC Outdoor Championships, that Lynchburg team was just 5 or 6 days removed from the event when it was announced that he had passed. The resilience that they showed to claim those championships was very impressive. They're going to need resilience this time as well against some very dominant squads across the board. But let's set the table here for this first section and the men's 5K. Gabe Ramirez-Hannon for Roanoke is the favorite for this first heat, 16:14 PR. And he is really starting to work well in his freshman season. This is the 8th race for him, and then he also ran a 4:38 mile at Rockingham earlier this year. So again, showing some of the wheels, that versatility. Samuel Brasler, someone else who has essentially been the tag team partner for Ramirez-Hannon up front, the 16:15 PR. So just a second apart. And they were also just a second apart with that mile result at Rockingham as he ran a 4:39. We will see if the two Maroons are in it stride for stride again, but right now, the lead has been extended out by Wyatt Benjamin of WNL. 15:39 personal best. Now obviously that PR considerably quicker than the rest of the field, but he is seated 4th. when you look at some of the marks from the season, he ran a 16:27 5K last time out at Joe LaRocco, so he has been running close in that 16:20 range. Someone else to keep your eye on is William Ashley of Shenandoah, who's wearing hip number 3, 16:17 personal best at Rockingham, where he finished first. That was a 13-second improvement from that debut his freshman season. Also want to correct a point we made momentarily, or a few moments ago rather. Frank Sorba, we were talking about the meet records. It was 14:37 for that meet record and 14:28 for the conference record. That is Ricky Flynn's. Rest of the field includes Zachary Hamacher of Shenandoah, Ethan Duncan of Bridgewater, and then Levi Counts and Josh Woodley of Roanoke. Right now, it's Benjamin's race to lose. He is out in a hurry. And then we will see how the rest of the race fares for Maroons. You have to imagine they will definitely be on the podium. And the two freshmen have really continued to work at a high rate. Got a chance to talk to Roanoke's distance coach, the head man, Derek Workman, and when he was talking about it, he was really saying that, you know, not only are the freshmen talented, and not only are they bringing in athletes that can certainly perform at a high level, but it's all about the culture. And ever since Coach Workman arrived here at Roanoke, he said, you know, it's so special to see it be a family affair and to see everybody get involved. And he cited one of the meets right here at Roanoke as one of the examples. It was the pole vault. The Maroons had a chance to break that men's pole vault school record, and the entire Roanoke team was still out around the track. It was the final event of the entire meet. They still had several that were there to spectate and cheer, and he said this place got loud for the final one. So it's awesome to see, especially with some of those other events that aren't necessarily the headliners. You could even throw the 5K into the mix, being such a long distance event, a little bit different. Well, it feels like they are definitely receiving ample respect. Right now, Wyatt Benjamin has opened this race up, and it will be interesting to see how long it takes the field to try and catch up. You almost got to remember there's somebody else on a different island across the track, and that's another example of why indoor can be so fun. When you have those smaller tracks, you're running around 200s. Got to move at the right time. You can't let this race get out of hand. But up front right now, lots of consistency for the Maroons as Benjamin's in front for W&L. Ramirez, Hannon, and Brasler are second and third. Two sections of the 5K, and then we will transition to the 60-meter prelims that include the hurdles and the dash. For those two events, it will feature 3 heats and 2 athletes going from each with the next 2 best times. Very clinical up front. W&L with a very strong advantage on the women's side after that 5K. They were able to capture 20 points. Lynchburg got 8 from Allison Dell. How early is too early to start talking about the scoring? That's the question we're going to try and decide on, because it feels like you want to look at it the entire meet and you realize, okay, there are still so many different events that have to sneak into the picture. But it's good to keep our vision in the right direction. This race has really started to separate early, and sometimes you see that in the first section or the slow section, because if there are less athletes, there might be a little bit more disparity between the front and the back. But that being said, it's all about committing, and we know that for WNL right now, Wyatt Benjamin definitely knows the game plan. Hearing the splits from Coach Spalding. The ODAC basketball tournament also going on across town at the Salem Civic Center. That's something else that we will be able to keep our eyes on. The Maroons entering the picture as Benjamin still in front. We're going to see how this one plays out. The last few laps definitely quickening things up. As we touched on earlier, this one might be a little bit more about those personal best. And especially for a pair of freshmen for Roanoke that are seeded 1-2. Definitely a great option. Not necessarily playing with some of those standings for the team as much, because once again it will be a stacked fast heat. That second section for the guys will feature Keaton Rush and Robert Cooper up front for WNL, just like Wyatt Benjamin has done in this race, so that gap is quickly becoming smaller. Benjamin coming into this one was the 4 seed. Mentioned that PR is 15:39, a very quick one. No one in this race seeded under 16 minutes. But it just shows how deep this conference is, because to win in the 5K, definitely going to take an extraordinary effort. And the Generals on the men's side would love to go 1-2, because Lynchburg tomorrow and their distance events have really stacked the field. That distance medley relay tonight will also be a pretty good indication of what to expect. Roanoke has started to take command up front. Right now, it's Samuel Brasler in front. 16:15 PR, his teammate Gabe Ramirez-Hannon, a 16:14 PR. They will still keep their eyes forward this stage of the race, especially when you're out in front. It's so important to be intentional and make sure every lap matters. Lap after lap, still committing to the pace. Brasler was at 10:22 through 2 miles. So was Zachary Hamacher for Shenandoah, who is sticking in that top 3. And then Ramirez-Hannon, of course, completes the podium up front. quickly approaching the fast portion of this race. Not necessarily as strategic as the quick section. You might expect some of the athletes to get out in a hurry. Whereas in this second section, it might take some time, just like the women's race. That was not just on the women's side, that's just championship racing in general. Everybody's saying, okay, let's read and react, see what the rest of the field has in store. Right now, the duo up front going 1-2. As expected on the heat sheet, Samuel Brasler, a few steps in front. All results can be found online at Blue Ridge Timing. They'll have the field events, the track events. They'll even have those heat sheets for upcoming events so you can keep your eyes peeled on the schedule. Looking at the schedule for the rest of the meet, the women's 60-meter hurdle prelims set to begin at 5 o'clock. Then the men's 60-meter hurdle prelims at 5:15. That'll be followed by the women's and men's 60-meter dash, and then the distance medley relay close to 6 o'clock to cap the day. Lots of separation around the track now here in this first section of the men's 5K. Brasler came through 4K in 13:01. It's around 16:15 pace, and so when you look at that PR, especially for freshmen who come in and they understand the assignment, they understand the splits, certainly have to assume that it's going to be close to that 16:15 range. There's a little separation between the two Maroons. On the men's side, we are in for a treat. We've mentioned W&L having the top two up front, but definitely a lot of different variables. It will definitely matter how the game plan comes to fruition for Coach Spalding. We know that he has the firepower to put the squad in front. See the two Maroons on your screen? Mentioned they have almost identical backgrounds when you look at their freshman campaign, what they've been able to accomplish. Coach Workman has definitely used his freshmen and put them in great spots to succeed. Safe to say nothing is going to change in the years to come, as he's really taken over this program and he's really implemented a lot of really important things. It starts with the culture, as he already mentioned. Within the final 400, a 7-second lead for Samuel Brasler. Wyatt Benjamin is still hung tough for third place. As we are preparing to get things set with the men's 5K. The fast section, primarily Lynchburg and Washington and Lee. Shenandoah and EMU, Roanoke also enter the picture. We said everybody is over 16 minutes here in this field. Well, just one over 16 in that fast section, and Keaton Rush, the high seed at 14:53. Just a blistering time, and we know that there's still so much room for improvement, room for growth. This W&L squad has it on full display as Brasler crosses the finish line, and his teammate going to cross the line right behind. A battle for third as Wyatt Benjamin got there, but two of the Hornets from Shenandoah made that thing tight down the final straightaway. Zachary Hamacher and William Ashley, 4th and 5th. We'll take a look at those splits on your screen. This is courtesy of Blue Ridge Timing. We see Levi Counts able to get into the 6th spot. And so Roanoke up front, Shenandoah in the middle. And the Maroons, as anticipated, able to garner the heat victory as we will head to the fast section. It's time indeed, and a lot of X factors in this one. You want somebody who can go and make a move at the right time. You've got them in this heat. There's so much experience. Who has the most leadership to make it happen? Lynchburg and W&L, the two battles that we always discuss. And it feels like this is the biggest illustration of it. This distance side, the 5K is always competitive. It was the difference maker during the outdoor season where Lynchburg came out and just lit a fire to get it done. Some different personnel for the Hornets today, including a few freshmen. W&L goes with several of their veterans. Everybody lining up with Keaton Rush and Bob Cooper, the favorites for the Generals. That ODAC championships record is 14:37, but again, expect this one to look a little bit different. Everybody will stay tight. Keaton Rush has been sensational for the Generals. He didn't race from March to December of 2024, and now he's the favorite in the men's 5K as we are up and away. Personal best for Rush is from the Holiday Kickoff Open. He has missed 2 ODAC meets, including that extremely tight outdoor championships. But what a season he is having. He broke the program record in the men's 3000 with an 8:28 performance. And then we know what Robert Cooper can accomplish as well. Went neck and neck with Jason Hunt last year in the 5K. And that 14:56 PR has held up. He missed it by just decimals at the Holiday Kickoff Open. And right away, W&L knows the assignment. They're in front. They've got 4 or 5 in the picture. And Lynchburg right now content to just stick in the middle. How well do they want to stretch this one out early? And we know that Lynchburg has historically been very strategic and very conservative at the beginning of races. But with the fitness of Keaton Rush, he could run away with this one. You gotta watch out up front. Alex Jordan, the fantastic freshman for Lynchburg, someone else to keep your eye on in the gray uniform. 14:48 is his personal best from the Steamer Showcase at Wittenberg. It was the ODAC Cross Country Rookie of the Year, and he's having that type of season. And it goes all the way back to XC. But the trust that Coach Jake Reed has in him, and especially being a local from nearby Jefferson Forest High School in Lynchburg. The Hornets right now, right in the middle. And Keaton Rush on an island. Cooper in second. W&L continuing to show their cards early. Jackson Kadensky of W&L sits in third. Igniting the fireworks in the first few laps. We'll introduce the rest of the section. Jonathan Cobb and Cameron Sidebotham of Lynchburg. Sam Daunt of W&L. Bellamy Emanuel, the Renaissance man for EMU, who runs almost every single event on the slate. Jackson Kadensky of W&L. Matt Garris of Roanoke. Ethan Harrower of Shenandoah. Draven Fernandez of Lynchburg. Thomas Franklin of W&L. Alex Paciello of Lynchburg. Colin Verrett of W&L. Caleb Beiswinger and Braden Shotwell of Shenandoah. 16 in the section that is already starting to separate. And W&L clearly in front with the 1-2 punch. I mentioned there are two parts to the equation when you say read and react. You got to do both for it to be successful. And so this Lynchburg team, understanding that they wanted to be conservative early, has probably changed things up. They're looking to go a little bit quicker now as Jonathan Cobb, the veteran, leads the way. The Generals have proven that they can run by themselves and they can run at a high rate. It's just going to be interesting to see how well they commit to the plan. Seven of the top 8 in this section are Lynchburg or Washington and Lee athletes. A lot of blue and a lot of gray today, but Bellamy Emanuel is one that's trying to shake it up in the middle of the picture. So we will take a look at some of our results momentarily. And you see Keaton Rush right now. A really good spot, 3-second difference. Jonathan Cobb sits in third. Lynchburg cheering squad animated around the curve. W&L does the same. They're more tucked away on the far side, and we saw it when Olivia War was able to capture the victory in the women's 5,000. Keaton Rush now sitting tight. We're going to see how the Generals fare throughout this race, but a big gap between first and second. Robert Cooper has really started to perform at a high rate. He's so impressive to watch. The man in second. He is really leading that chase pack, but the question is, does Lynchburg make that move soon? They have caught up. W&L has to figure out the equation. Sam Daunt is also sticking tight. Immediately separated into different packs, and that is an indication that there are a lot of different splits that these coaches want athletes to run, as Keaton Rush is really on his own island right now. The Lynchburg squad sitting right behind. Keaton Rush, 4:41 through the mile, about 14:35 pace. He is out at a blistering speed at PR 14:53. So, as we mentioned, he's trying to blow this one up early. And for several of the others, Jonathan Cobb, Alex Jordan, Robert Cooper, all around 4:44. Closer to that 14:50 mark. So Keaton Rush just going to try and hold on as long as he can. Maybe try to stretch out the Hornets. We've mentioned it. Lynchburg likes to play cleanup in some of these races. They want to attack the back half, and W&L historically has gone out quicker to get things started. Today might be a mix-up, as the Generals still in striking position. Right now, Jonathan Cobb and Alex Jordan, the two Hornets that are giving chase to Rush. Is there a better last name in the dictionary for a runner than Rush? Because I think not only is Keaton Rush a very quick athlete, but he's not the only one in the conference. There's a pair at Lynchburg. You wonder with some of these different runners and athletes, you got speed as a last name sometimes. We're gonna have to go into the books and the encyclopedias and figure it out. One thing's for certain, they've brought it to the Kreger Center. And Keaton Rush still running this race alone. Bellamy Emanuel, Cameron Sidebotham, and Sam Daunt are in the third chase pack, or we should say the second chase pack, if you include the first one, and then Rush up front. Lap after lap, he's just building confidence. We're going to start to see if this race slows down at all. Mentioned that Keaton Rush missed the ODAC championships last year. Well, Jonathan Cobb, the man in second, was able to really make some noise. He won the ODAC 10K in a very emotional night. That was at Bridgewater College. The Hornets still giving chase, making this race close. The 3K split will really tell the rest of the story. The further you go into a 5K, the less you have to work with when you're trying to measure the performance, trying to know where these athletes are going to end up, because, of course, in your first mile or two, you have so many different splits you're used to seeing. And by the time you get into that 3K, 4K range, you're essentially off and forget the training wheels. The rest is all business. Everybody making moves along the back half. Keaton Rush right now in front. This will be the 3K split. It just looks like he's hobby jogging the way that he is out in front. Great arm movement and gets that stride extended as well. Alex Jordan is now made a move for second. Robert Cooper's in third. So Jonathan Cobb now has to stay in the equation. 8:53 at the 3K for Keaton Rush would put him closer to that 14:50 mark, so things did slow down a little bit up front. Hard not to when you're on an island by yourself, but it's going to be a tight race. And those swing points, as we've mentioned, are so important, because if you pass someone, you're also taking away a point from someone else. Alex Jordan, who is currently in second, has been the man to compete at so many big championships and big moments. We'll take one more look at the splits as we see Rush, Jordan, and Cooper. Matt Garris has also entered the equation for Roanoke. He is a sneakily fast runner. When you look at some of these events, he hasn't necessarily been the headliner. He hasn't necessarily won the conference championships, but he has really swung some of those points. And as we've said, could be a big position when you look at the top 8. We'll try and disperse the information correctly, keep you as updated as possible. The man on your screen in the blue uniform is in first, Keaton Rush. There's no doubt about it. Lots of execution, but right now Robert Cooper, his teammate, has occupied the second spot. Alex Jordan, the freshman, gonna have to respond. The Generals were slated to go 1-2 in this event. They're looking to make things happen. Everybody starting to lap the rest of the field. The question is, you look at some of these event backgrounds for some of these athletes, they might specialize more in the speed stuff, more in the endurance. You got to figure out which one is going to be a difference maker in the final portion of this race. As Alex Jordan able to make the move once again, takes it back from Robert Cooper. I don't know that we have seen a 5K that has featured this much movement in a pretty long time. Granted, it is the indoor meet, but some yo-yoing near the front. Keaton Rush has really been the only certainty. I wouldn't even rule out for Alex Jordan and Robert Cooper that they are done, as Cooper once again takes the position from Jordan. In for a treat at the Kreger Center, and the final 5 laps on the board. Maybe the loudest that we've heard the facility all day. Rush, Cooper, and Jordan are all on the same straightaway now, if that tells you how the speed has maybe slowed down a little bit up front. Keaton Rush went out lightning quick, and it's just about holding on now. Doesn't need to do anything fancy to get those 10 points. He just can't get past. The Hornets look to play spoiler. Rush, Cooper, Jordan. WNL also a 6-7. Sam Daunt, Jackson Kadensky have stayed close. And though Cameron Sidebotham for Lynchburg is 8, they've got another with Thomas Franklin right behind. Crunch time in Kreger. You can start to taste it at this stage of the race, and it's all about moving forward. Indoor track may be the loudest that you'll hear it. You're in tight quarters. Everybody is surrounding the oval. It is absolutely go time. Here comes Keaton. Just a few laps remain. 13:06 with 3 to go. Robert Cooper and Alex Jordan pacing closely behind. Throw times out the window. It's all about placement at the conference championships. Rush is in front, and Alex Jordan has taken back second. It might be a question of who yo-yos last. A lot of emotions in the Kreger Center. 2 laps to go for the leader. It's a race for second. And Keaton Rush, who's been running extraordinarily well up front, getting the program record in the 3K, looks to add to the arsenal. Jonathan Cobb storming in 4th for Lynchburg. We'll see if he can make the move, but as you're going to see around the curve, it belongs to Keaton Rush right now. 1 more lap to go as the bell sounds. Keaton Rush has a conference title waiting for him, and Olivia Moore on the women's side. The Generals can sweep the women's and men's 5K. Alex Jordan and Robert Cooper gonna have a battle for the ages in the final lap as Robert Cooper explodes into the back straightaway. W&L making an exclamation as Keaton Rush gonna come through in dominant fashion. Knocks it home. He wasn't touched as he runs 14:46. Robert Cooper for W&L gonna seal second. The Generals steal 18 points. And then Alex Jordan and Jonathan Cobb will settle for 3rd and 4th. Wow. Keaton Rush, someone who really showed us what he could do and the confidence that he possessed. The Generals also getting the work on the back end. Sam Daunt and Jackson Kadensky go 5 and 6. And a battle for 8th as Draven Fernandez also tried to sneak in. He got it. Beats Thomas Franklin by 0.10 of a second for 8th. So Lynchburg does steal that point on the back end. We're going to take a look at the full results. What a race it was. Keaton Rush, the man on your screen, that far left statistic is the big one to pay attention to, the one that was the difference maker. Robert Cooper in 2nd, Alex Jordan in 3rd. So a very healthy mix of veterans and freshmen who have made some noise at the conference level. Felt like that battle between Cooper and Jordan just continued to materialize throughout that race. And Cooper had the final word. So we will get ready to head towards the hurdle prelims right around 5 o'clock. We will see if the officials speed it up or if we are waiting until the proper time to get it kicked off. But a fun slate of 5Ks to open the day here in Salem. Olivia Moore and Keaton Rush, your ODAC champs. Impressive legwork up front for the Washington and Lee Generals. They claim the 5K titles on both the women's and men's sides, and definitely making a statement early in this meet. Olivia War and Keaton Rush, the two victors for that Generals squad, as we get set to paint the picture for the women's 60-meter hurdle prelims. So this will determine the top 8 for tomorrow's finals, and just moments away from getting this one kicked off. So as we said, 3 heats, 8 advance. The top 2 from each heat, and then the next 2 from the entire field. So a lot to be determined, and it's going to be a very exciting picture, as we know that there are some very talented individuals in the mix. Favorite for this event is Betsy Monkern of Lynchburg. Competed at the national championships last year for indoor, finished 11th. And then Anaya Seward, who is no longer with Lynchburg this year after graduation, is out of the picture. So that conference crown is wide open. But that being said, Betsy Monkern last year made a really big statement and was able to win it and the 4x4. Lynchburg had a lot of success on the women's side for the indoor championships. They're trying to emulate it now, but W&L took the first step forward. In this first section, let's go ahead and paint the full picture. This women's 60-meter hurdles will actually be 2 heats, not 3. That's the 60-meter dash. So let's go ahead and rewrite the script. 2 heats for the women's 60-meter hurdles. It will be the top 2 athletes for each, and then the next 4. So hypothetically, we could see a heat with 6 athletes moving on to the finals. Highly unlikely with the spread of the seeds, but we will introduce them to you. The ODAC record 864 from Anaya Seward. Meet record 867 from Anaya Seward. And in this opening section, Destiny Joseph of Bridgewater's in 1, Joanne Lee of W&L in 2. Betsy Monkern, the All-American on the second team, is in lane 3. Olivia Bates of Bridgewater in 4. Olivia Krieger of Bridgewater in 5. Olivia Veers of Roanoke in 6. McKenna Riolo of Roanoke in 7. And Ashley Dickerson of Virginia Wesleyan in 8. If your name's Olivia, you're probably in the section. 3 of them in the middle lanes, but Betsy Monkern looks to take this prelim. Top 2 are straight to finals. gunfires, here we go. And immediately down the straightaway, Monkern showing her dominance, has a battle, but she will get there comfortably, and Olivia Veers look to capture second. 8:97 for Betsy Monkern and 9:14 for Olivia Veers. They will move straight on to the final. Betsy Monkern, 8:97. That PR is set at a very lofty 8:76. But for where Monkern has been in the last few meets, that's a lot of consistency. Olivia Veers had a 9:13 personal best from last year's indoor championships, where she finished 4th. And in this section, just 100th away from capturing it, Olivia Krieger of Bridgewater with a 9:43, Olivia Bates with a 9:43. That will be likely good enough to be in the conversation. You would imagine 4 and 4, but it doesn't always play out that way. It could be uneven. But so far, lane 3, Monkern, lane 6, Veers. And it feels like so much uncertainty having to wait in the prelims. But both teams on men's and women's sides understand that it's all about pushing forward and knowing you're going to be confident enough to make it happen. On this Heat 2 side, it's Madeline Venable of WNL in 1, Faith Schultz of EMU in 2, Maddie Watson of Bridgewater in 3, Rebecca Carr of Roanoke in 4. She is also a soccer athlete for this Roanoke Maroon side, and she's a good one as well, all conference. And it has been very impressive to see what she has done for both squads. You don't always get athletes that can go and tear up the ODAC level in both. But Rebecca Carr, an 8.96 seed, the only one under 9 in this section. She will be the favorite in lane 4 at home. Her teammate Cammie Winston in 5 right beside her. Amanda Romano of WNL is in 6, a 9.07 personal best. Someone else to keep your eyes on. She was first at the Rockingham Collegiate Open. Taylor McIntyre of Shenandoah is in 7. Shania Owens of Randolph is in 8. Top 2 advance. As we said, after this one, we will know the full picture for tomorrow's final. Who's going to have the breakout race they need? Up and away we go. Carr looked great out of the block. She looks great over the hurdles, and nobody's going to touch her. Stumbled almost on that last one, but does enough to get through the line. And Amanda Romano looked to capture second. Rebecca Carr stumbled after the line. She was through, ran 9:03 to clinch that prelim, 9:25 for Amanda Romano. So the two we anticipated are the two that move on. But Rebecca Carr, a little bit of turbulence after the line. Cammie Winston, 9:38. Maddie Watson, 9:64. So it looks like 3 get in after those first 2 from the first section. So 5 in total, as our unofficial finalist will be Betsy Monkern, Rebecca Carr, Olivia Veers, Amanda Romano, Cammie Winston, Olivia Bates, Olivia Krieger, and McKenna Riolo. So Monkern with 8:97, the fast time in the prelims. Really looked like after the finish line for Carr, it was just a misstep. Looks like she should be okay to race, I would imagine, off the opening look. I mean, again, you can speculate all you want. You got to wait and see. But one of the speedsters for Roanoke, as you see coming your way on your screen, Rebecca Carr, able to get it done with a 9:03 in that second section as we pivot to the men's side. Some more speedsters in the mix. And once again, as we already alluded to with this women's side, 2 sections, top 2 for each heat will move on. The next 4 will be heading to tomorrow's finals. For the men's 60-meter hurdles, Michael Leach going to be the fast seed here in the first heat. Also involved in the men's long jump earlier where he claimed first for the Hornets. He is turning into a beast for Lynchburg, a team that has definitely found a lot of success now on the sprint side, starting to add some factors into the picture. The entire field is Xavier Cottenham in 1 for Shenandoah, Tyler Johnson for Bridgewater in 2, Michael Leach for Lynchburg in 3, Daniel Graham of Roanoke in 4, Shaddai Bailey of EMU in 5, Joshua Brewington of VWU in 6, Trey Burchett of Bridgewater in 7, and Logan McClung racing for Ferrum in 8. Joshua Brewington has been very impressive for Virginia Wesleyan. An 8:65 personal best. He competed in 5 events in his first indoor meet with the Marlins. He also jumps and throws, and he's somebody who you would expect to be very tight in the battle. He will run out of lane 6. And then, as we said, Michael Leach, the favorite in this section, and just a 100th behind the favorite for the entire event, George Marable. Boast an 8:48 personal best. He'll be in the next section for Washington and Lee. Trainers still attending to Rebecca Carr after the slip after the line down at that far side by the scoreboard. So we will wait to get this men's hurdles race underway. Rebecca Carr, somebody you definitely want to see racing, somebody you definitely want to see in the picture for an ODAC title. Looks like she will be good to go. Couldn't tell if that spike had gotten clipped or if it was just something with the surface. But nonetheless, the Maroons once again showing a little bit of that talent. They're on to the next section. We are on to the men's races. And once again, Michael Leach in lane 3 with the gray uniform on for Lynchburg will be the guy to keep your eyes on. All your splits can be found online at Blue Ridge Timing, both for the track and field sides of this meet. We've tried to capture both. Action started early today at noon here at the Kreger Center, and a full day on the way tomorrow. Athletes getting ready to get set in their blocks. Everything has been relatively on time throughout today's meet, actually a little bit ahead of schedule. Men's 60-meter hurdles were slated for 5:15. And the DMR, of course, commemoration of every team in the ODAC at least having the chance to race. That will be one heat on both sides. We almost got tripped up earlier talking about the 60-meter final, the 60-meter prelim and the 60-meter hurdles. 2 heats on either side for the hurdlers and 3 for the 60-meter dash. So that will look a little bit different when we're trying to figure out prelims and who goes and who doesn't. Continuing the story on Michael Leach. He has been so impressive. 4th in the long jump and triple jump at the ODAC Outdoor Championships. He didn't compete at the ODAC Indoors last season, but he really started extending his talents. He was truly just a jumper, and now on the top 10 list for hurdles. Didn't compete in them last year, and a chance to not only compete this year, but maybe claim a conference crown along the way. One of the bright spots in the conference, especially for some of those multis. We will see what he presents. And then you see 3 to his left with the white arm sleeve is Joshua Brewington. Looks like we are just waiting for the crew to clean up where Rebecca Carr had fallen. It was after the finish line, but everybody here at Roanoke basically runs straight into the mat that you see. They are finishing things up, trying to get it dry. The behind the scenes of an indoor track meet. You don't always see it. We love to have it here at the Kreger Center. We will step away momentarily and keep our eyes feasted on the straightaway as we're getting ready for the men's 60-meter hurdles. You know the drill. Just as we're ready to step away, it's time to get things underway. So heat 1 of the men's 60-meter hurdles. We will see if it stays true to picture. Michael Leach and Joshua Brewington, the 2 expected to solidify spots in the finals. Who will play spoiler in this first heat? Feels like they've really iced the kicker in this situation, and for the hurdlers, trying to stay warm, trying to get loose. You can't think too much about the barriers. All the practice makes it easy in the meet. Just got to fall back on everything that you've trained for, and for this indoor season, so many athletes that didn't get to compete during cross country, almost everybody on the sprint side had to wait really until December to make those debuts. And now the commemoration, the final event of this indoor season. Several schools getting ready for spring break, a lot of different activities going on, but everybody's in the same building to start March. It's been a fantastic display thus far. What does it have in store now? If you're just joining us, W&L dominated early. Olivia War, the 5K winner on the women's side, and Keaton Rush for the guys. Everybody holding their breath as we get set for the hurdles, and can't tell now if it is strictly just making sure the marks look okay. See some extra analysis. You want to get it right. Last year in the DMR, a crazy event on the men's side. They ended up running 3,800. Everybody had stopped a lap short. This one's a little more predictable. 5 barriers between the 8 athletes in the finals. Who's going to get there first? Just when you thought a pin could drop and you'd hear it, the bullet explodes. Michael Leach is out of his blocks comfortably and confidently, and he puts on a big display for Lynchburg. Energy through the line, 8:37. Micah Leach continues to impress. Daniel Graham of Roanoke runs 870 to sneak into second and the finals, but Micah Leach once again rewrites the PR. Goodness gracious for the sophomore from Lynchburg. The ceiling is the sky at this point. He has been all over, and it was a dominant display. So exciting for somebody who has been able to obviously come into the picture and start doing this event relatively recently, but it has just looked so crisp and truly impressive to see what has been accomplished as Leach really made a statement that George Marable will try and follow. We will paint the picture for the second section. Though 837 for hurdlers in D3 isn't in that top 50. Micah Leach has quickly climbed and put himself in a great position. When you're looking at nationals, you're looking at some of those marks for the future, definitely some bright spots. And as we move into section 2, might we see some more? A pair of W&L generals in the middle that will have all the attention. Mario Carter of Randolph's in 1, Davis Neal of Roanoke's in 2. Daniel Jakubowski Lewis, W&L is in 3. George Marable, the favorite, with an 8:48 seed time, is in 4. Marable has been very impressive. Didn't race at last year's ODAC Indoor Championships. He's still searching for his first conference crown, but he has put on some big-time personal best in his senior season. This might be a golden opportunity to solidify it. Joe Amlicher of Bridgewater is in 5, an 8:72 personal best. He was first at the Berg Open in the 60 hurdles earlier this season. Cole Torres of Randolph is in 6. Jeremy Harway of Guilford is in 7, and Seth Almond of Guilford is in 8. So once again, top 2 from each heat automatically advance. The next 4 will join them. On deck from that first heat, we would definitely expect is Joshua Brewington running 8:79, and then Tyler Johnson running 8:87. Section 2 on the track. Marable in the blue will be the one to watch. And lane 4 just about underway. Michael Leach already made a statement. Will someone else have an exclamation mark in the second heat? What could be a fast 60-meter hurdle prelims. Here we go. Marable, business as usual in the middle of the track, and everything revolves around him. Oh goodness, another quick time as they're waiting for it, 8:44. The W&L faithful thought he might have just matched Michael Leach. He does perform for the PR. And Daniel Jakubowski Lewis joins them 1-2. The bubble time was 8:96. A pair from this section go 8:85. It's going to be extremely close when we look at the top 8. It might come down to the official results. It does look like it is very solidified now, though. as they come in. Michael Leach in first, George Marable, Daniel Graham, Daniel Jakubowski-Lewis, Joshua Brewington, Joe Amlicher, Mario Carter, and Tyler Johnson look to be the 8 that qualify. So a very big second section. Looks like 5 were able to enter the picture from that second heat. And tell you what, tomorrow we're in for some fireworks. George Marable looks like he wanted that one. Little extra pep in his step after the line. And looking up at the board, maybe a slight disappointment he didn't match Michael Leach's time, but it's not the day to do it. Tomorrow would be the desired result, and still a lot at stake. So we're going to take a brief moment as we get set for the 60-meter dash prelims as the hurdles come off the track. 3 sections of the women, 3 sections of the men. We're glad you're joining us here at the Kreger Center. Getting set for the 60-meter dash prelims after the hurdles. We've seen some fast results, most of which lined up to the blueprint coming into the event. And as we've talked about, it's all about setting the story for tomorrow. At the collegiate level, you do see prelims very frequently, so it's not exactly a new setting for these athletes, but you do still have to perform, and you understand a little bit more is riding on it now. You can't have a bad day here in the first one as we get set for the opening section. The women's 60-meter dash, the ODAC record 7:46, set by Harlan Quinn of Roanoke. In this first section, all eyes will be on Jade Buckles of Bridgewater, the favorite to win the event. She's coming off a Rockingham Collegiate Open where she was first in the 60 and the long jump. She is going to be tough to beat in lane 5. Rest of the field is Ivy Gore of WNL in 1, Tyja Mosley of Virginia Wesleyan in 2, Julia Hathaway of Virginia Wesleyan in 3, Eleanor Hinckley right home at Roanoke in 4. Jade Buckles in 5, the former champ Adalia Coleman of Bridgewater in 6, Kendra Smith of Randolph in 7, and Lily Whiting of Randolph in 8. Just about set to get down in their blocks. Watch for Jade Buckles in lane 5. Julia Hathaway, the other one under 8, seated at 8:07, but a PR of 7:94. The pentathlete for the Virginia Wesleyan Marlins, another threat. Top 2 from each section, and then the next 2 from the field. Here we go. Jade Buckles having her way, having her day as she rolls through the line. And the Eagles flying their wings, 777. A PR by 200ths and a dominant one. Adalia Colbin from Bridgewater claiming second at 8 even. And Eleanor Hinckley for Roanoke has to settle for third, and that wait will be a little bit longer. Adalia Coleman is able to capture second. A great start for Bridgewater, and it felt like that celebration was almost a little delayed, and it was because Jade Buckles was waiting to celebrate her teammate Coleman. So 2 in for Bridgewater, and a great start. Really just a great sprint squad in general. Now moving on to section 2. Lane 5 and lane 6 had the success in the first one. So we move over here into heat number 2. It will feature Kenna Fox of Roanoke in 1, Hannah Schmieke of Lynchburg in 2, Lily Verson of WNL in 3, Lyric Hoggard of Virginia Wesleyan in 4. She has a 786 personal best, definitely the fast seed in this section. 5th in the 60 at last year's conference championships, and then 3rd the year before. So a lot of versatility, but she hasn't run under 8:25 in the last 3 meets, so that might be the X factor in this one. Janelle Anderson of Shenandoah in 5, Riley Turner of Lynchburg in 6, looking to break 8 right at 8:01. Joanna McIntyre and Haley Juhash round out the second section. Here we go. It's really anybody's game in this section. Riley Turner looks comfortable in 6, but it's going to be Lily Verson of WNL who has the steam down the straightaway. 783, and then Riley Turner, 790. 2 big-time PRs to get things started. A lot of celebration in both camps. Verson able to knock it down by a little bit, and then Riley Turner has a big PR to go under 8. Janelle Anderson for Shenandoah in 3rd. Riley Turner had a great start out of the blocks, but Lily Verson able to enter the D3 top 100, and the way she did it was in commanding fashion. You love what you're seeing at the end of this indoor season. So many athletes, as we touched on, that have been trying to blueprint and get everything in the right spot all the way since November. They're doing so here at the ODAC Champs. And on to the 3rd section that will tell the entire story. Pair of Eagles in the first section, Lily Verson and Riley Turner. The Lynchburg WNL battle we expect at the top of the standings. Now in the 3rd heat, it's Electra McPherson of Sweetbriar in 1, Jasmine Patterson of Hollins in 2, Summer Wallace for Bridgewater in 3, Kennedy Chapman of Virginia Wesleyan in 4, an 8:01 personal best for her, and 3 top 10 finishes at the ODAC Outdoor Championships. Nolanda Henderson of Roanoke is in 5. She's the favorite in this heat, a 795 personal best from the Virginia Tech Challenge. She has been neck and neck with a lot of conference foes. She wants to get it done here. Tatiana Langston of Randolph and Jaden Turner of Randolph in 6 and 7. Jaden is Riley's sister. And then Maya Powell-Utley of Shenandoah in 8. A lot at stake. Up and away we go. The noise erupts. And Nolanda Henderson steps forward. A tight finish as Summer Wallace turned it into a competition, but 789 across the board for Nolanda Henderson, and personal best all around here in this 60-meter dash prelims. 8:06 for Summer Wallace, who will finish in 2nd and qualify. And then we also have 2 more with Eleanor Hinckley and Janelle Anderson. We're going to take a moment to get set for the men's 60-meter dash prelims. Three sections as well. And we are almost ready to get the full picture described to you. The first section is going to be fast. It features someone who has set the program record for Lynchburg, and he did it in his first meet. Tristan Wright, one of the headliners, 680 personal best. He looks to go under. He was top 10 in the nation in high school at Franklin County for the 55-meter dash. He has done a little bit of everything, really just able to dabble in every category, and he's going to try and rewrite some more records this time. Let's go ahead and look up and down the sheet. It's Alex Brent of Lynchburg slated to run in 1. Xavier Calloway of Randolph will be in lane 2. Tristan Wright, as we already alluded to, for Lynchburg will be in 3. He's the man to watch. He's got his teammate Jalen Jones, the former 60-meter dash record holder, in 4. Isaiah Reed of EMU, Nicholas Andrews of Averett, Kyle Galloway of Bridgewater, Jerome Moore of Guilford round out the lineup. Same as the women. Top 2 move on from each heat. Here we go. Right away, you can see the difference maker on the right of your screen. Tristan Wright, untouched as he runs through the line. 683 will be enough to seal the spot in the prelims. Jalen Jones, 695, will join him. So a pair of Hornets look cool, calm, and collected as they roll through into tomorrow's finals. Tristan Wright, as we'd said, has rewritten Lynchburg's school record 3 times in his freshman season. Once again, he does enough. Jalen Jones, someone who is really trying to find his way back, a 689 personal best, but he had struggled to get back to that point. He hadn't cracked under 7 until that race this season. He does so and did it with confidence as Lynchburg has 2 on to the next round. Section 2 will feature a pair of Ferrum Panthers, Jordan Smith in 1, Deontay Lawson in 2. Jordan Hall of Virginia Wesleyan is in 3, and Jordan Edwards of Randolph is in 4. 707 personal best. He was 3rd at the ODAC Outdoor Championships in the 200, something to keep in your mind as we head forward. Drew Bitzer of Roanoke is in lane 5, 702 personal best at the Joe LaRocco Invitational in his freshman campaign. William Crowder will be in lane 6, a veteran for the Shenandoah Hornets, 679 personal best and a 2-time NCAA qualifier. He's been an ODAC champ 4 times and a sprint squad for Shenandoah that performs year after year. He will try and make his way to tomorrow's finals and also hold off lane 7, Cedric Blau, and lane 8, Max Madsen, who we saw earlier in the men's long jump. A lot on the table, and we are just about ready to see who enters the picture once more. Jordan Hall of Virginia Wesleyan not in his blocks, so lane 3 is vacant. Fair game for everyone else. Here we go. Does Crowder have the steam to get to the line first? Going to be tight, and it looks like it's either Crowder or Bitzer, and it might be a really close finish. William Crowder, 685, and Drew Bitzer, 690. The gap continues to be closed on the ODAC leaders, and we are going to have a fantastic 60-meter final tomorrow. Tristan Wright, 683, William Crowder, 685, and he wants to be ODAC champ again. You could tell he had that urgency out of the blocks, and it really looked like it was just the lean at the line that separated the two. Crowder, the veteran, and Bitzer, the freshman, but both are on to tomorrow, and we will head on to Section 3 to get the full lineup. Deshaun Winters of EMU is in 1, Ian Brown of Bridgewater is in 2. Amari Carter of Roanoke in 3. 690 personal best. His time from his collegiate debut this season. He was 4th at the Joe LaRocco Invitational with a 695. Damon Morgan of EMU is in 4. Jamal Jones of Ferrum is in 5. Someone else who has a PR of 690. The transfer from Patrick and Henry Community College. He hadn't dipped under 7 at Ferrum, and he's still searching to do so. Today might be the day. We talked about it with Jalen Jones. We will have to wait and see where the cookie crumbles. Jonathan Farbman of WNL's in 6. Damari McPherson of Ferrum in 7. Ethan Lloyd of EMU in 8. One final section here in the men's 60-meter dash. All eyes on the straightaway.
What do you got? 837?
Except I think it would show up as an 838.
Final gunfire in the 60-meter prelims. And right now, a tight battle, but it belongs to the Maroons. It looks like it's going to be lane 3. Amari Carter, who swings through at first, 689. Jamal Jones in 692. Both who have PRs of 690 flirted with it, and they get right around, and they are moving on. So let's go ahead and take a look at that compiled results. We look at the top 8. It's going to be Tristan Wright, William Crowder, Amari Carter, Drew Bitzer, Jamal Jones, Jalen Jones, Isaiah Reed, and Jordan Edwards. The DMR on the docket is the next event. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back here at the Kreger Center for some more action. Still live at the Kreger Center, we've got Micah Leach, one of Lynchburg's best, talking with us after a nice performance earlier today. First in the men's long jump, qualifies for the 60-meter finals tomorrow. Micah, obviously you have really made leaps and bounds in these last few seasons. When you look at it coming into this indoor campaign, what's your confidence like?
Dude, I'm so confident. I'm confident in my teammates' ability. I'm really getting the hype from everybody on my team, and I'm feeding off of it. Like in long jump, I was coming in with a season's best of 6.71. Everybody really gave me the energy the way that I needed to. My hurdles coach, Coach Chris, he said that we really need to make this meet a home meet. Well, really all the coaches said that, and I feel like the team's bringing the energy. It really does feel like a home meet. And I got pulled through to a nice 6.37 in the, or 8.37, not 6.37.
That's right.
In the hurdles.
Well, it was fantastic, a personal best. Obviously, you've been doing that all season long, and we know that you have a background in the multis. So talk a little bit just about what training is like, because you have so many different events that you're trying to work with. You know, have you catered to one or two specific things, or are you really just looking at the entire portfolio?
So in training, for most of my events, like I have to hit specific technical training, so I don't do a lot of like strength-based for each individual event. But I don't really do a lot of technical for long jump because I'm naturally just good at that. A lot of my training goes into hurdles, pole vault, high jump, and triple jump, but that's not in multis. So.
Absolutely. Well, we love it, and obviously it feels like anything that you're out there doing, you're somehow finding your way into the top 10. You've been doing it all season. One final question. The hat on backwards, it really feels like a trademark now. We've seen you in the pictures throughout the season. Talk to us a little bit about what that's about. Is it a style thing, a feel thing? What are you thinking?
So at first I did it because the first meet of the season I had shaved my head bald, and so I didn't want people to see my head, so I started wearing a hat, and it flies off if it's forward, so I started putting it backwards. And now at this point it's comfy to me. So I wear it backwards, and I got the little Frank ribbon right here, just as a little memorial.
Absolutely. Well, don't think the ODAC's forgotten. They're definitely not forgetting the performance you put on today. Micah, congrats and best of luck tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Micah Leach for Lynchburg, able to get on the headset and talk with us. And it's been so much fun just to see all the performances across the board, and obviously Lynchburg putting on a display, and they will continue to try to do so as we head into the DMR. So we'll take a quick final break as we get the track set for the climax, the finale here on the distance side for day one.
She does that, and that's it. Are you He said you went fishing and found it. Huh? A whale? Years ago. How much you put on 6? 60 at least minimum. You're not denying it either. That's it's a bunch of homes. You're gonna trust women to left count?
I kind of want to go back.
Oh yeah, it's 4 homes. Me?
No, my dad was like, I was like,
He's gonna handle it good now. Yeah, I think so. You've been real good, like, mental discipline, so, like, not really too stressed. That's what the stress is. Like,
Women's is only like, women's is 9. So, and then men's is 11. Women will be getting laughed by like 4 times. Especially
what are the events in the DMR in what order? Does it go to the charts?
1200, 400, 800, 1600. Trevor, do you honestly go to the DMR? Not having pizza tonight. Jersey Mike's. What time? Well, actually, no. I'm going to Aldi. I'm going to Aldi. I think I can shoot better than you. Scoping yourself. You know it's true when Ronnie said it after me.
The pinnacle of the distance world, the distance medley relay, the final event of day one here at the ODAC Indoor Track and Field Championships. My name's Evan Gates. So glad you've joined us at any time today. It's been a long day here in the Kreger Center, another one on the way tomorrow, but it will decide conference champions, and it feels like it's been a great climax to a season that has already featured so many records, so many different accolades. And last year, we know the DMR was no different. Lots of strong distance sides, and this time, Washington and Lee is going to be the favorite. They're wearing hip number 1 in the blue singlets on the inside of the track, so we will see what they have in store, trying to get the victory. We know several other schools don't have a time registered with their current lineup, so this could be a very different event. You're never exactly sure what to expect. But 4 different distances, very fun event if you're just a fan in general, because so many different things will happen. We see some strides taking place, and it will start with the 1200, followed by a 400, 800, and mile. That is the sequence of events. And Washington and Lee, with a 12-12 seed time coming into this one, have 3 freshmen in the lineup, and so they are definitely going with that younger side, but it's talented as well. And a great chance to make something happen in a big way. ODAC record set by WNL in 2017 is 11:58. The ODAC Championships record is 12:37, back from 2015 where EMU made that mark. Underway in the 1200 leg. Every single leg will look a little bit different. A lot of different urgency levels, and that's why it's such a fun event. We're going to stay tuned and see what these athletes have in store. And the 1200, obviously an event that is not run traditionally here at the indoor level. So 6 laps to decide it. We will really see. The question is, do you run this more like an 800? Do you have the urgency of a mile where you kind of wait? A lot of questions that will be answered as right away WNL sits in front. The Generals might want to take this one coast to coast, and we're going to see if they have the confidence to do so. Final event here of day one on the track. Hannah Edwards for Lynchburg, a team that doesn't have a seed, is sitting in second, and that can be dangerous because you don't necessarily know the expectation. It's another young Hornet squad using 2 freshmen and 2 sophomores. But right now the Generals look comfortable. What's so fun about this event is you don't necessarily have all the metrics. You don't have a lot of stats coming into it. It is quite simply be the ones to run faster, have the cleaner handoffs, and work at the right times. It really feels like a coaching battle, trying to figure out who is in what role. Hannah Edwards for Lynchburg, somebody who is definitely more comfortable in that 800 setting, moving up for this race. The Generals still in a great spot. Washington and Lee and Nadia Vera trying to make something happen. Unofficial lineup for WNL is Nadia Vera, followed by Hodnalind, Gardner, and Gorski. We will see if they go with that. But so far, coming up on that 800 mark. 2 laps to go. Still everything to play for in the opening leg, but you gotta wait until the end of this race to make some decisions. Vera and Edwards battling here in the first 6 laps. 400 leg can always make some separation because it's almost more about the handoffs than it is about the actual leg. A lot of 400 runners will run similar times unless you are truly a specialist. And Hannah Edwards coming out of this back curve has the lead now for Lynchburg and room to work with in front. As we have already said so many times, this is a huge difference maker. Lynchburg and Washington and Lee, the battle we expect to go down right to the wire. Right now, the Hornets, the upper hand, and this DMR. Second legs will take the track. Miller for Lynchburg, Hodnelin for WNL. Barring any late changes. We'll see how this handoff looks as they look to the inside. First one clean for Lynchburg, and they build a lot of separation. General is going to have to play chase on the second leg. Bridgewater currently sits in third. Just 2 laps around the indoor oval. We mentioned you might come upon the back of the field and start lapping some people at different stages of the race. It's also true in the DMR. You want to try and avoid traffic where possible. Anna Miller for Lynchburg sits in front. She has the whole Hornets cheering section along the curve. Oh, the final 100 meters can sometimes prove to be a very big influence as well. You got to run through the handoff. You can't stop short. And so for Anna Miller right now in Lynchburg, it's about having urgency, even handing off to Maya Baker all the way through. The exchange made to Baker, has a cast on that left wrist. You don't always see that be the option for the handoff, but she gets it cleanly. And WNL using their freshman golden opportunity. Does Maya Baker have enough room in front? This 800, 4 laps, and WNL starting to close the gap. Now the question as well is going to become, how much urgency do you have early on? Because we've seen it in DMR championships. You want to keep this race close for the next person in line, but you also don't want to blow your motor early. Maya Baker, who leads this one out of Gloucester, Virginia. Chance to keep building separation, and so far is trying to hold off the storm from WNL. Mentioned WNL seated at 12-12. Will their squad today be the ones to get there? It's a long race. Gorski and Carpenter, the two that will round it out. The energy is surrounding the Kreger Center. Truly the big one, the headliner, you name it, the main stage for this day one. And the finale has certainly lived up to the expectations so far. Maya Baker in front for the Hornets. She has just one more lap. WNL closing the gap, and they can certainly start to taste that this race might be closer than you think. They have essentially erupted, and we see Lynchburg and WNL, the two that will go at it. This race is getting close as Maya Baker is going to try and fend off the Generals, but the overtake happens first. Just a little bit left until the exchange, and we've still got a whole mile to separate it. Options when you're trying to figure out who you want to go to war with. It's down to 2 athletes in this final part. Mary Gorski for WNL. The first year from Ellicott City, Maryland, is going to try and hold off another freshman, Adeline Carpenter. 2 athletes that have certainly exploded as a freshman. It is truly anybody's game. Gorski has to do the hard work of staying in front and not exactly knowing when the storm is happening. She's run a 5:30 mile. For Adeline Carpenter, it's bread and butter. Someone who raced at the cross-country championships in the fall. She has only run one event this indoor season, a 10:43K. So you don't exactly have the sample size at the mile distance, but right now she looks like she's been tested. She looks like she's in a comfortable spot. Throw times out the window. These are the events that'll make the difference, that could swing things. The question is, how long does it stay tight as well? Just the mental factor of having to run with somebody can be so difficult. And right now, Adeline Carpenter admittedly looks like she has the confidence, sitting right behind Gorski. Few laps to go. It really will only matter when the bell rings. W&L the favorites. Lynchburg unseated. Something's gotta give. Gorski has so much stride, and being able to get out in front is a perk that not many freshmen have. Takes a different set of talent, a different mindset to be able to get there. We might have a really exciting few laps on the way. Just a few to go. You don't want to wear your emotions on your face, but you get the cheering squads out and about. Lynchburg's and W&L's right by one another. Still holding our breath, waiting for the bell to ring. Lap after lap. This one starts to get tighter. Looks like we have 3 to go. Such a different atmosphere when you get to the DMR, and especially in the sense that it is really not an individual event. You understand there are splits on your leg. There are different times, but you're normally just looking at the big one on the clock. These two squads left everybody in the dust. Adeline Carpenter, the overtake with 400 meters to go. Was it too early is the question. Takes a look inside and igniting the Lynchburg faithful. For a 3K runner, you know she has the range. But Gorski, someone else who certainly has it in her arsenal. This one's going to be a barn burner heading into the final lap. Everything to play for. Lynchburg needs the points. Again, this is a 4-point swing for whoever wins and whoever comes up short. Almost neck and neck. Do you feel it in your pulse? With 200 meters to go, Carpenter looked inside, and Gorski's trying to go around the out. Gorski down the back straightaway, looking to play spoiler. Does Adeline Carpenter have enough? Oh, it's going to be tight with 100 meters left, but right now I think W&L has snatched this race, and Adeline Carpenter will have to play spoiler with 50 to go. It's not gonna matter. The Generals, another statement in the final lap, and they come away with the victory. What a treat in the final few laps. You could tell how much Those two athletes wanted it, but Gorski gets the victory. Adeline Carpenter in second. Shenandoah able to make their way into the picture as well for the podium. 12:45 for W&L to clinch the victory. And we said they were seated at 12-12, so it shows having some of the freshmen in the mix, a little bit of a different picture. They do the work on the back end, and a deflating loss for Lynchburg. Another tight one on the men's side, and every single race obviously matters. It affects points, but especially more this year where it feels like we're in for a very tight margin. The Generals have dominated on day one in the women's side. Able to get the victory from Olivia War earlier on. The DMR squad doing their job. And then even some of the field events for W&L, they have just come up clutch. Getting into the final event. Can the Lynchburg men have a different narrative? They come into this one not only as the favorites, but also the reigning national champs. It won't be the same four faces in this race as what we've seen before, but there is one commonality, and his name is Chasen Hunt. He's not going to chase anybody if it's up to his plan, because he'll be sitting in first. We will see what this W&L squad can do to bring the fight to the Hornets. Roanoke also in this battle, seated at 1038 for second. They've got great talent and also great contributions from the newcomers. And so as we get ready to conclude day one, it just feels like we have a battle on our hands. Looking at the results from the opener here in the DMR on the women's side, Washington and Lee, Lynchburg and Shenandoah, as we alluded to, and Bridgewater was hanging tough in third. Throughout that race, they settled for fourth, 5 seconds behind the other pair of Hornets. Throughout this entire day, we're glad you're joining us on the ODAC Sports Network. Evan Gates taking you through one final event, and we are so fortunate to be able to bring this coverage to you. Everybody in the house and excited for this final event. A lot of teams congregating around the outside. They feed the energy. One final finisher for Sweetbriar. The men set to add one final fold. As we mentioned, Lynchburg comes into this one with the ODAC record and the meet record. They are favored. In a world where we know upsets can happen, can Lynchburg add a bit of certainty to the picture, or can W&L or Roanoke or one of the supporting cast members try and wrinkle it up? So strategic on the first day with the DMR. You have the 5K as the first event, but you also got to keep everybody fresh for tomorrow, the heavy day of running. It's interesting to see which lineups are used. As we said, Lynchburg feel like they're in the fight. A team that has a lot of familiarity despite having a lot of changes. And the Hornets will try and be the ones to write the story. here in this men's DMR. Josh Fretwell will lead the way for the Hornets on the inside. He's actually a Roanoke College alum, grad transfer. Had several races right here at the Kreger Center and also local to this Roanoke area. I have to face Elias Ammon of Roanoke on his hip. WNL, a crew that is capable of making a difference. And they get out for the 1200. How much turbulence will we see in the opening few laps? As it's expected to be a tight pack. You saw already some separation and a little bit of clipping. Looks like one of the generals had his heel stepped on. Caden Ryder for Ferrum sits in front in the black singlet, but Elias Ammon will make his way to the front. The youngster for the Maroons showing up and showing out. Roanoke knows exactly what they can do today to get some points on the board, keep that podium finish. They have really started to solidify their distance bunch. Josh Fretwell staying right in the picture. Right around 104 through 400. The trio separates up front. 6 laps here in this 1200. And if it's anything like the women's race, you got to watch this one all the way through. We're trying to really not only show the versatility and the variety with 4 different events on display, but there are 4 fantastic athletes for all of these teams. Ammon still sits comfortably in front. You can tell around the outside of the track the attention that this race deserves. Ammon going step for step with Fretwell and the Generals. WNL likely going with McKenna on this leg. Of course, using all the heat sheets from before the meet. With all those entries, the Maroons just look composed up front, but the move might be made on the inside. Oh, wow. A little bit of budging, and all of a sudden, Josh Fretwell, like a running back through the pocket, able to get in front. That might add a little extra emotion as this one continues. Josh Fretwell leads the party, and the Hornets are in front. The WNL crowd trying to manifest something here as we head towards the final 200 meters. And we will see what this 400 has in store. Hornets and Generals Part 2. They've got their speedsters in the mix. Logan Koenig for Lynchburg, Wilson Kosishki for WNL, who is really answering the moment. He does every single race. First time we've said his name today as he is able to make his way to the front. A lightning bolt. Roanoke tries to keep this one tight. Anything you can do knowing that it's going to be a difficult final leg. The Generals feel like they need some separation. You know, Chasen Hunt is at the end of the picture for Lynchburg. And they have definitely had the 400 leg they needed. A lot of hustle from Kosishki. On to the 8s. Roanoke stays tight for third, looking to make their way into second place. Everybody in this meet just trying to keep it from becoming a party for Washington and Lee. They've had all the elements so far. They're in front here in the 800 leg. So tough to judge the movement and to know where to look and when to look throughout these events. Action all around the track, and it shows you just how talented these front three are. Schools that have really bolstered their distance programs, and they've got the depth as well. That's half the question, battling through injuries and so many different aspects of an indoor season. Generals still out in front. You can really tell it's almost a camera width of separation. And the question now becomes, can either of the individuals from the chase pack close the gap? This could be a big lap setting the table for the 1600. The Generals set in front. A battle on the way here at the Kreger Center in the final leg. The battle begins now. A pair of Lynchburg natives go at it in the front. Rose Stern for W&L, Jason Hunt for the Hornets. And it's going to be a mile that definitely includes a few twists and turns. But Jason Hunt, one of the guys who, if you leave him in the race, it might be too late. The Maroons trying to use some power as well. And all of a sudden, after 3 legs, no separation between the front. It's a different energy when you get to the mile. You see so many athletes who have competed in it before, but for Jason Hunt, and this team that won the national title last year, he really went after the ultimate prize. Every emotion in the book has been clicked. It's just about composure. But Rose Stern, somebody who has been sensational with the Generals. Mentioned he was also a Lynchburg native. If you look online at the Tiefers website, he hasn't recorded a single race in the indoor season. Today's the day. The top 3 keeps rolling through. Gotta work with the back of the pack as well. Starts to get difficult. What's so interesting about the DMR as well, having 4 individuals, you almost see a race start and end 4 separate times, is everybody really tries to get through the line. Continuing to rock and roll. No separation up front. It looks smooth for the leaders who know one misstep could ignite the bunch. Washington and Lee has answered the bell every single event today. And this is a different monster. Can they hold Jason Hunt off the board? An individual who was 3rd at the ODAC Outdoor Championships in the 5K. All-American in cross country. Rose Stern certainly has the accolades to be right there with him. This Roanoke team, also a large contingent that have really showed up in big ways. Ian Fellows trying to keep it close, the sophomore from Louisiana. He has made the move into the front. So on the far side, you see Jason Hunt keeping this thing close. I don't know if any amount of coaching is going to be able to defend one of the best in the country. He makes his move. And it might get ugly. Jason Hunt in a hurry. Ian Fellows making his move as well. Rose Stern just has to stay in the picture. And Jason Hunt absolutely electrifying with just a few laps to go. Hand on the bell with 200 meters left. He's seen this before. Lynchburg has read this story. It's already written. Jason Hunt's just the final page. And with one more curve to go, I think it's over. Ian Fellows and the Roanoke Maroons solidifying a big-time second spot in this DMR in a very distance-heavy conference for this event. Jason Hunt, who else? The Hornets capture the title. Pedestrian down the final straightaway, and Ian Fellows, somebody who really made it look easy to put the move on Rose Stern and W&L. An impressive, well-rounded performance. But as we've always talked about in the DMR, the front cover and the final page can look a little bit different in a race that 2 or 3 times really ended up grouping together again. Lynchburg has a little too much firepower. The Hornets finish in we'll have to wait for the time. The seed time was 9:50. That one was definitely slower, 10:36, the final time for the Hornets. 9:50 was up at Tufts. And a chance to qualify. The Hornets are looking to repeat at the national level. They did so with a different bunch today. But when you watch Jason Hunt in an event like that, it's like Olivia Ward earlier. So many of these distance giants, you just got to watch and admire the talent and the tenacity, because it was a show here in our final event in the DMR. What a fun setting at the Kreger Center. We are excited to have more track and field tomorrow, because it just feels like there's so much left to be desired. You're leaving on a cliffhanger just momentarily as we get ready for day number 2. But so glad that you are joining us. Reminder, across town, the ODAC basketball tournament is alive and well as well. Championships to be decided in the next 24 hours, but we will be right here in the Kreger Center for day 2 of action on the ODAC Sports Network. We'll try to catch up with some of the winners from today's events and also interview some of the newly crowned champs tomorrow. But a lot of fun overall, and we're so glad that you could join us here inside. On behalf of the entire crew making this possible, and a big thanks to our director, Grant Williams. We'll be back tomorrow for more track and field and the time to crown a new champ. My name's Evan Gates. We're saying so long from Salem.
Made up a huge amount of distance. It was like it's a race all of a sudden. It was great.
Good night, guys.
Hey, y'all take care.